Hello everyone, welcome to my stream today. Let's give everyone a few seconds to join on. Can you, if you're here, come say hi. I'm gonna dump some stuff into socials right now. Let's get that going. How's everyone doing today? I'm pretty excited for the stream, honestly. Every time, like, it's sometimes hard to get a lot of libraries in the ecosystem, and people keep on pointing to Solid. They're like, oh, it's really awesome, but there's no ecosystem and all this. And I think the no ecosystem thing's a little bit unfair, but I admit it's always hard when there's a whole set of rich libraries already out there for a lot of different frameworks and technologies that have been around longer. But I am pretty stoked whenever someone comes to me and was like, hey, we're working on integration, and actually it's almost done. So this is pretty good too, because AGGrid, which we'll be looking at today, I think is a really major player. We'll hear more about it. I have to admit, I've worked a lot in kind of custom shop startup kind of situations, so it didn't come across in my previous travels, so to speak. But every time I mention it, people are like pretty hyped about this. So I think it's gonna be pretty great. Hey, hi. Hello, everyone. Getting past the pre-roll on Twitch, hopefully. I got to decide what I want to do about that and the affiliate stuff. Let me just see here what we got. How's everyone doing? Okay. Probably should have checked that my screen sharing was working before I even started here, shouldn't I? Just kidding. Let's go. Yeah. Let's tell everyone in Twitterverse that we're live. All right. There's also going to be some hot ones for this week in JavaScript, I think. A lot of stuff's been going on. I'm pretty excited about that. Second. Let's get Twitch stuff going out too. I don't know how people are finding Twitch versus YouTube. Is it? I've been trying to decide how I want to handle this stuff. I've been sharing Twitch recently, but then all the stuff happened in Twitch the last week, and everyone was making a big fuss about the way they changed their rates and all this stuff. And it is funny, the same week I got affiliate, and then suddenly I'm like, oh, I have to think about ads. It's really cool on YouTube. I don't have to think about ads. I just like set them up. Everything just works. But I think Twitch is one of the things maybe you got to work at to get like benefit from. Like we have like 5 times as many people who watch the stream on YouTube than on Twitch. So yeah, but the chat on Twitch is pretty lively when it gets going. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like every time I have to tell people, like I always post a YouTube video because I have the nice thumbnails, but I always feel like I have to tell people like, hey, I'm streaming on Twitch. Otherwise, they won't go to Twitch. Maybe for anyone who does want to go and watch this on Twitch, just because I never post it, I'm just gonna drop this in here so you can check it out. Twitch TV/Ryan Solid. Follow the channel, subscribe, whatnot. It always helps. Also, if you're already here, give that old thing a thumbs up. Helps with the algorithms and whatnot. I don't know. People tell me that you have to tell the audience to do that, otherwise they won't do it. So why does Theo have a Next.js talk and you don't? Well, part of it is I'm not really a React developer, but I think it's awesome that Theo has a Next.js talk. He's obviously a big advocate for Next.js, and his take on how to use Next full stack is, I believe, what he's going to be talking about, which is pretty interesting because I think he obviously has experience there, and also he's taken the time to look into other solutions like Astra and Remix and really appreciate Next for what it is. So I think that's really going to be an important part of that. Unfortunately, I won't even be at NextConf, it looks like. I got an invite to come see it in person, but I am going to be in Poland, JSConf Poland, I believe, that day. So yeah, a lot of traveling, a lot of events coming up. Exciting stuff. But yeah, I prefer YouTube. I don't want to watch Twitch ads. Yeah, there, exactly. Only for partners, not for affiliates. I don't have any sort of limitation there. Yeah, Theo is great. So is this person. Just check out new YouTube videos. That's one thing. Twitch added this new shoutout capability that I think is pretty cool. I wonder if I put it through StreamYard, if it'll come out through Twitch. I haven't actually tried it. Might have to go directly to Twitch chat, but you can shout out other people and their channels. So yeah, Steve's been doing a lot of interesting work. Steve, for you who aren't familiar, he's CEO of Builder.io, the guys behind Mitosis and Quick and whatnot. And he's always built e-commerce with Next.js, and he's also built Quick to try and make faster e-commerce. So it's an interesting thing because he's wrestling the differences between things like server components and what they do with Quick. So I think that'll be a really interesting talk, definitely. Funnily enough, while NextConf is going on, I'm in Poland. I'm going to be there with Miszko Hevery, and basically we're gonna be actually, there's a few quick talks are going to be at that Poland conference, so it'll be interesting. All right, okay. Have I killed enough time now? Are you all here? Hey, yeah. Let's get this thing actually started. Everyone got past the terrible Twitch pre-rolls? Yeah, okay. So maybe without further ado, I'm going to actually you know what? I said that, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I wasn't as prepared as I should have been. I like adding banners so I can make the editing easier. When I do a 5-hour stream and then I'm like, oh crap, where's all the time points? It helps a lot when I actually bother putting the banners up. So let's do this properly. All right, everyone's ready? I think the pre-roll is 30 seconds. That's fair. It's not 7 minutes. All right, okay. So without any further ado, let's welcome Niall Crosby onto the show, who is I believe the founder of AGGrid. Hi, Niall. How are you doing today?
Very well, thank you, Ryan. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. As you can see, a little bit disoriented as I sometimes am at the beginning of stream, but gives everyone a time to join on and say hi.
That's okay. I'll fit right into that. I'm a bit I was just going to go freaked. So it'll go fine. I'm breathing. Yeah, I'm the founder of AGGrid. AGGrid was my pet project that I started back at the start of 2015. And it was genuinely just a pet project. And I released it as open source for the benefit of the world and didn't expect other people to go, hey, that pet project, I actually would have a use for that in my work. And it just grew from there. So yeah, I'm the guy who created a pet project called AGGrid, and from that then grew this massive project, and it's been an absolute mad journey for the last 7 years.
Well, I mean, at the beginning, what time period was this? What was your motivation when you first created it? Were there other competitors? Were you just looking for a gap, or as you said, it was just something for yourself kind of deal?
Yeah, frustration, absolute frustration. I was working at the time. I had a day job like everybody else, working for a bank in London, and I needed a data grid for a financial application that I was building. And the data grids out there were just subpar. They didn't do what I wanted them to be able to do. Basically, do simple things like pin columns, sort rows, and then do it with large amounts of data. And I set myself a challenge over the Christmas at the start of 2015. In 2 weeks, could I come up with something that would be better than what was there? And I thought I could. So I brought it into work and started using it in my project in work. So it was for just my own personal benefit. But I released it as open source and either way, and then the traction I got online was a surprise to me. And then was like, oh my God, this problem I'm working on is a global problem. And then once I realized that, then I went, oh, let's work on this a bit more, and made it my open source baby project.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, grids and tables, I guess, are something that we almost all use. But I guess sometimes there's challenges into how to approach it, because I mean, there's a lot of interactive data sometimes, being lots of data, right? Being displayed. What kind of, just from a high level engineer, what kind of problems or challenges face with these kind of things?
Yeah, I think the challenge is that so many features in the grid interact with each other, that it has an exponential amount of complexity as you add more features. So like if you're writing an app and you write a page, you can focus on that page and then write the next page and then focus, or that screen and focus on that screen. And you can just continually adding screens and screens and screens. But when you're designing something like a framework, maybe it's the same with with a grid, maybe it's the same with a framework. So you'd start off with one feature, then you add another feature and the complexity grows. Then you add another feature, complexity grows even more. And what happened with pretty much all of the grids out there that I could see is they'd start off with a good intention and they'd implement maybe 4 or 5 good features, and then as they began to grow, they didn't scale well feature wise. So yeah, for me the most difficult bit is getting all those features working together in one grid without suffering quality. I had headaches trying to work on some of the features because they're honestly just like blowing my mind. It was tricky stuff.
Right. Yeah, no, I especially depending on, I guess, the types of workflows. I have to admit, my longest time working as a developer was actually doing like a social media startup. We still had all the admin pages. That seemed like the main places where grids and tables were always kind of the consideration. But I can picture, like, for some types of applications, this goes well beyond what I was doing. You mentioned you were working for a bank at the time you were building this?
Yeah, that's right. Actually, here's an interesting one. So in the bank, they really wanted to stop people exporting from your app, export to Excel. So basically, what I was kind of saw it is if you had an export button on your app has failed because your user has gone someplace else with the data, whether that's to do a pivot grid or do some charting or do something. So what we challenge ourselves is, can we stop people leaving your app and bringing the data someplace else? So we tried to put into the grid the type of features that somebody was going to Excel for or going to be a business intelligence tool for. So what we've developed is kind of a real kind of rich Excel style, reporting style experience inside the grid, which then the users will get inside your app.
Okay. So yeah, and this is a bit of my own naivety about this. This is more than just like show some fast tables and maybe virtualize scrolling and stuff and techniques. Like, this is there's a lot you can do with AGGrid.
Yeah. Like, well, what I like to say is we put your app on steroids, with minimum amount of code. So you just put you could write an app in 15 minutes. Just get your data from the server, stick it into AGGrid, and show it to your manager, and he'd be like, "Oh my God, this is amazing! I can do pivot grids with this data now." So it's a real quick way to make your app super cool.
Yeah, and I mean, when you started, were you, like, just out of curiosity, were you using a JavaScript framework at your work, or were you just, this is like something just kind of pen wrapped?
At the time, it was Angular 1. There was no Angular 2 or plus back then. React had just come on the scene, but I hadn't made a jump at that point. So the core of AGGrid was always pure JavaScript and zero dependencies, actually, with just like direct DOM manipulation. And that was a really, really good choice. I did it because it was my pet project. I was curious and I just wanted to do something with no framework to see how it was done. But in hindsight and how that's helped us going forward, it was like, it's really, really played well for us. And now what we have is a grid that works with multiple frameworks, and it's something we can talk about later is how we do work with those frameworks and with Solid as well, of course.
Right. Oh, I mean, I'm super interested in all of that. We spend a lot of time on this channel, obviously, looking at frameworks and framework mechanics. So we'll see how that kind of plays in a bit later. But yeah, nowadays, you said AGGrid integrates with a whole number of frameworks and it's to my understanding, is probably one of the most used grid systems in like web.
I would say so. Like, we've got 2.6 million downloads a month, which is massive, because it's it is a bit of a niche. You do have to be writing enterprise applications and managing data. So when you think about 2.6 million downloads, is quite huge. And we have 2 versions, right? We've got the free version, which is what I talk about there. That's the 2.6 million downloads of our community version. And then we have an enterprise version, which is more features and we give support. But for that, we have about 10,000 customers. Like, that's companies who've actually paid up to use our enterprise version. Most of the Fortune 500 are customers at this stage. Like, when I say most, 80, 90%. It's like, you know what? That kind of surprised me about 3 years ago. Now I'm just like blasé about it. Yeah, we got most of the Fortune 500. Whatever. It's just like daily stuff now.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
That's incredible. Yeah, because like when you think about like how many sites or applications use this. Like that's the thing. This is a universal need, right? Like 'cause people use different tools, obviously, to build different things, but like everybody, as I mentioned, needs a table or grid somewhere, and maybe this is more catered to like the bigger data scenarios, like the enterprise. But it's really awesome that you also offer a free product and the enterprise product for those who need it with support. Yeah, this is definitely really cool. You guys can't see it. I actually pulled up the website here just because I was trying to kind of while Niall was talking, trying to see what was going on, just to take a look really high level, like, what some grids look like. And yeah, like as you can see, get started with your favorite frameworks, live streaming updates. It looks like there's tons of really cool features. So you can do like live tables here, it looks like. Integrated charting. So live table with integrated charting. The charts are actually moving with the table. That's
pretty neat, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's that kind of stuff where we're like, we're in a kind of category of our own, because you have lots of grids out there, and some of them do have live updates, but none of them have integrated charting. So it's no longer who does it better. It's just stuff that we're doing the other grids just simply don't do. And one thing that's mad that was pointed out to me about 2 years ago, that the people who are building applications at AGGrid, because there's nobody else doing these types of things, they're actually creating applications that they wouldn't be able to create if we didn't exist. And that's kind of mind-boggling that we're not just we're not just shaking. I beg your pardon. What's the word? Oh dear, I've gone blank for the word. When a startup comes, they need to shake up a space. What's that called?
Disruptor.
Disruptor. Thank you very much. Yeah. So we're not just disrupting the dev tool space. We're actually disrupting the business spaces as well. That the software that people are building are disrupting their areas because of AGGrid, and that's just brilliant. It's mad.
It also means on the flip side, and this is, a little bit too, how should I put it, personal take, because of Solid. It means that there's a whole bunch of companies out there that rely on AGGrid and what it uniquely makes possible to deliver the services they want. And having a Solid integration suddenly opens that door for us. This was suggested to me, but I think I'm starting to see what you mean, or what those.
Absolutely. Like there's big banks in the world. I don't want to name our customers because that would be unfair. But like if you Google top 10 banks in the world, they're mostly American, some European. They all use AGGrid, and some of them have standardized on AGGrid, which means if you're writing an app in that bank, you must use AGGrid. Now, if you want to write a solid app in that bank, you can't, because you need to use AGGrid. But now you can, because you can just about some major components on their tech radar that they need to use. AGGrid's one, and that this might be just enough now to enable them to use AGGrid to use Solid inside their apps inside those banks. Yeah,
there's a bunch of people just talking about how difficult data grids are in general. Like they're like, I've worked a lot on making grids from scratch from first principles. A lot of these features are pretty hard to do reliably and performantly. I wish I knew about AGGrid when I was getting to enterprise. And a similar comment: data grids are deceptive. You start building one, and you don't know what you're doing. You crash and burn very fast. So.
Yeah. I've almost crashed and burned 6 times. It's tricky. It's like I've worked in with the investment banks and done trading type software there, and nothing is as complex in my experience from my career has been as difficult as writing AGGrid. AGGrid is the most difficult piece of software I've ever worked on.
That's awesome. A lot of love coming in from the chat. No, that's cool. All right, sorry, just catch my breath. A drink. This is very cool.
Okay, and indeed, this is very cool as well. I'd say thanks, Ryan, for actually. It's kind of refreshing to have a library or a framework author willing to speak to people like myself so easily. You're very approachable, and I didn't get that with other framework people. So thank you very much.
Thank you. You're too kind. I've been really enjoying watching the ecosystem grow, and I've been trying to understand how the spaces work. It's the only way to make informed decisions. So it's very helpful here, because I like taking on different subjects ones I'm less familiar with, just because that's how we learn. And honestly, it's funny, it's hard to sometimes to put aside time to learn new things. So you often I've got so much work to do. I'm doing learning material for Solid. I'm writing Solid, maintaining, trying to help contributors find stuff. So part of the streams and stuff are about me finding my time to actually learn new things. It's like if I set this time aside, I get to learn about stuff, and then other people learn with me, and it's just like really beneficial. So I do try. It's funny. I have been called the professor, that our streams are very advanced, and I do come by it naturally. But I am trying to find a place where people can, with all levels of knowledge or experience, can kind of get some value, even if I do. And if anyone in chat ever has a question, there's no bad question. Just ask me. I will answer. People in chat will answer, and we'll try and fill in the gaps on knowledge. Sometimes I might direct you to another one of my videos, but I just want to make it clear that we're all here to learn stuff. Here we go. Super technical question. What does AG stand for?
There's two answers to that. The first answer has already been given. AGGrids did start in Angular, and AG did stand for Angular back then. But then about 6 months later, I went, oh my God, the world's so much bigger than Angular. I want to support React and Vue and everything else. So I was kind of thinking, what else can AGGrid stand for? What else can AGGrid stand for? I had the domain name, but I couldn't change it. And then I had this eureka moment in the shower, and it's like, agnostic. We support all the frameworks. So AG now stands for agnostic because we support all the frameworks. I don't believe in any framework in particular, so we support them all.
Yeah.
That's what AG stands for now.
Yeah, I think Fuzzy guessed in the chat just as you said it. Yeah, no.
Yeah, agnostic.
Nice. That's awesome. All right, so we talked a bit about what AGGrid is, really high level about the features. We talked about how it came to be. We talked a bit about what kind of goes into building such a solution and why it's important to Solid and the ecosystem. Can we show off a little bit more?
Yeah.
Niall, would you at this moment in time share some stuff with our group here?
Okay.
Let's see if I can get you on stream. There we go. Here we go. Yeah, tell us a little bit more about AGGrid right here.
Okay, well, what I'll do is I'm going to just give a quick demo, see how this works,
Okay.
of AGGrid. Okay, now I'm not going to try and sell AGGrid. If you want to know more about it, just go onto the website. But I guess this is to bring everybody up to speed who may not have seen AGGrid before. So here we got 10,000 rows in this grid. You can see it worked really, really fast. We can do groupings. As we're grouping, the grid is doing these aggregations at group level. So as I'm expanding the groups with the 10,000 rows and 1,000 updates per second, very important. The grid is keeping all of the group levels up to date, all inside the browser. So that's pretty mega to be able to kind of manage that type or that kind of size of data.
Do you do a lot of virtualization, like showing some stuff on screen and some stuff off screen? Is that the trick here? Just high level?
Yeah. You have to. All the data grids, well, most of them have this. So basically the DOM is virtualized. So we only create the DOM for what you can see on the screen. So as you scroll up and down, rows are being ripped out of the DOM and reinserted again. So we've only ever got 15 or 20 or so rows in the DOM at any given time.
Nice.
And then the same on the horizontal level as well. The columns, as the columns are as this grid is scrolling left to right, we're only rendering the columns that you can actually see. So what that means from a, say, capacity point of view, you're only limited by heap space for your data inside the browser. So the grid will work just as fast, whether you've got 1,000 or 10,000 or 100,000 rows, as long as your browser doesn't run out of heap space for the data set.
Right. Okay. Awesome.
Okay. So there's lots of grids that will kind of do what I just showed you there. They'll do, large amounts of data. They'll do grouping. We'll say we do it better. We do, but they'll say they do it better as well. They don't. But then you come on to features like this next one here. If I just play the next one. Okay, so here I'm going to do something pretty cool, I think. Nope, it's the same video again. Okay, next video. So I'm going to put the grid into pivot mode. It's just in pivot mode there now. And I'm going to go to the context menu, pick up a chart, and then pick up a chart type. Now look at that. And the chart is moving as the data is changing in the background. Sorry, I paused that. And as we interact with the data in the background, open and closing groups, you can see the chart there is open and closing sections in the chart. Also, this is like the full Excel style charting, but it's still linked to your grid in the background. And to get this into your app, all you need to do is set one property on the data grid, like I could implement this. There's only about 50 or 40 lines of code in this example here. And to get the charting experience working, it's just one attribute on the grid, enable charts true, and then you get this like charting experience. So we kind of joke with the customers and say, next time somebody wants you to put charts into your app, tell them it'll take 6 months, and then when they ask you to do it, just put in AGGrid, enable charts, and take 6 months off. Like it is pretty cool. Now there is loads of stuff in the grid, and I don't want to demo it all because that's not what we're here for. But this is one of my favorite ones because this is just, you know, if you're comparing AGGrid with another grid, and it's like we pull out the charting card and you go, okay, yeah, right, the grid can't do that. But there's a few cool things. Let's move off the grid. I'll stop this video, get out of this PowerPoint, go back to another PowerPoint, which is this one here. Tiny bit about the company. We already went through this actually. We're based in London, by the way. We've about 30 staff at the moment, all working from our office in London Bridge. It's pretty cool. And yeah, it's grown from just me as a pet project to over the years hiring people. No VC. It's brilliant. We've got no VC. This is all based on sales. So the sales that we make, that gives us money then to hire people and make a company. It's been brilliant. And I guess I should say as well that there's two versions of AGGrid. If you're wondering, hey, do you have to pay for it? Well, kind of. There's a free version that's in the community, and the community version is downloaded 2.6 million times a month. That's massive. And then there's the enterprise version, which means you pay some money and you get more features and you get support. But you don't have to do that. You only do that if you want the extra features. The community version is still really, really good and stands up strong against any of the other free ones. So basically what I'm saying is if you use the community version, you're not going to realize that it's shit unless you upgrade. That's not the case. It's still a really, really good product in its own right.
Nice.
Okay, so this is what I was going to go through. I was going to build an application using AGGrid and Solid, which will take about 5 or 10 minutes, give or take, depending on how many questions we get. And then we'll have a very interesting conversation about behind the scenes, which is how AGGrid supports these different frameworks. And then, this one is pretty exciting, we'll talk about speed difference. Because AGGrid will render using the engine of choice. If you're in JavaScript, it'll just use our own rendering engine, which is JavaScript. But if you're in React, it'll use React. And if you're in Solid, it'll use Solid for the rendering. So a grid is a pretty complicated thing to render. I know which one's faster, but you guys aren't going to know for another 20 minutes or so.
Nice.
Go down to the other bits first. So yeah, I'll get coding unless there was any questions, Ryan, at this point.
No, I think we're good. It's always good to ask the question though, because it always takes people a minute or so to answer it. Just people commenting on London. I got a question. I can't place the accent.
Okay, I'm from Ireland, so I guess this is an Irish accent, but I spent a lot of time in England, so I know how to pronounce my THs correct. So I'm able to say 33 and a third properly, as opposed to Irish people would normally say 33 and a third. So yeah, I'm Irish.
Yeah. This is the quality of question you get on the stream.
Yeah, as long as nobody wants me to take my shirt off, I'm okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right,
let's get into the example. I think there was a question about the difference, the product now and then, but I think we can talk about that when we get to the next thing when we talk about the behind the scenes.
Okay, right. So here's some code I typed just before coming on, which is from the SolidJS website, which is to create a new blank Solid application. I'll now go into that folder, and I'll bring in VS Code, and then in VS Code, I'll go to the package.json. Actually, oh yeah, I don't need to, if I start this, I'll see the Solid sample app running on the right-hand side, but I'm kind of guessing people can imagine what that would look like. Right, I'm going to bring in AGGrid community, and I'm going to bring in version 28.2.0, which was released just a few days ago. And I'm going to bring in the Solid rendering engine, so AGGrid Solid. Now, if you want any of this code, it's pretty much the example that's given on our website I'm going to go through, so don't worry about the source code. So with those dependencies there, I'll do npmi to pull the dependencies down. I practiced this, so if it sounds like I know it off by heart, I've practiced this a lot. And now I'll do npm run start, I believe. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Okay, and then we get 3000. We'll put that out, bring it on the right-hand side, paste it in, and voila. There is the sample Solid. So let me bring this back. I'll bring this over to here. I'll close this down, bring out my app.jsx, and then I'm here. Okay, how's the font size there? Is that good?
I think it's okay, but anyone in chat want to give should we bump it one more, or are we good? I think we're probably okay unless I hear otherwise.
Okay, right. So I'm going to put AGGrid into this application. So let me take away this stuff here. Hit save, it should disappear on the right. Brilliant. Right, so the AGGrid component is called AGGrid Solid, and that comes from AGGrid Solid package. Brilliant. I can then put that into my application. So we'll just put in AGGrid Solid here and hit save. Now this is AGGrid on the right hand side, but it looks a bit shit because I haven't put in any data or columns, rows or columns yet. So let's put in some row and column definitions. So we'll put in here row data equals, and I'll say row data, and then column defs. I'm using TypeScript here, and we're fully TypeScript supporting, so we get all these nice helpers, or autocompletes, I should say. So I'll put in, I'll call this column COLUMN-DEFS. And then for the row data, I'll stick it in here. Const row data equals, just put in an empty list. It's looking for a type, I'll say of any, and then const column defs. And that's coldef, and I'll bring in from AGGrid community, and that equals a list as well. Yep, is there a question there?
Not yet.
No?
I'm just watching with a lot of anticipation because I haven't actually seen this yet, and it's always interesting when I see integrations with Solid, because Solid is a little bit different. I've had some people tell me that when they went to go integrate Solid, it was very different than the others that they've done, and I was like, well, isn't Vue kind of similar? When people have had that experience with maybe Vue 3, but my understanding is a lot of times with Vue or even Svelte, which are reactive, people tend to do stuff in maybe a less optimal way because they can kind of get away with it. Vue, if you do stuff really terribly in Vue, you just end up with React. I'm always very curious about this. So no pressure.
Well, you've just made me a bit anxious in a way I wasn't expecting. It just hit me. Oh my God, I've got to create a Solid looking at me, and I'm not a Solid developer. Honestly, I know the minimum amount of Solid to do my job, which was to get AGGrid supported. So yeah, you're probably going to see a lot of newbie mistakes because I'm a newbie. Okay, so we got the row data and column defs, and I hit save. That's right. So here, I can't really see the columns, and the reason is I haven't brought in the grid CSS. So it's going to take another 4 or 5 lines of code to get something interesting over here, and then I'll go back through everything that I did. Okay, so let me import. Let me see, AGGrid community /this/style/AGGrid.css, and the grid is gone. That's absolutely fine. I expected that. Then here, so the grid here will always fill the space that you give it. So if we want to size the grid, we actually size the parent. So here I'm going to put in some style, and I'll say width, and we'll put in say 800 px. How does that look? It doesn't look like anything just yet. Let me bring in then a theme, which is AG theme alpine.css, and I'll put that down here.
Nice. So these styles, these are all things that ship with the grid as well.
Yep,
nice.
They are. Width. Height. I was meant to put in height, not width. There we go. Right, no rows to display, but here's my columns. Look, there's athlete and there's sport.
And they're already drag and droppable. This is just built-in functionality.
Yeah. Right. Let me put in 3 empty rows here, and there I've got 3 blank rows. Okay, now it's beginning to come together. Right, so this is my column definitions. Each grid needs column definitions, and I'm saying here I've got 2 columns. One is going to look for the field athlete, and the other is going to look for the field sport. So let me put in athlete here, ATHLETE, and I'll put in a Niall, and then sport. I'm not good at any sports. I'm going to put in foosball, because I actually like playing foosball, but I'm not an outdoors type person. Okay, so Niall, foosball. There we go. And I'll put that in here. Ryan, what sport do you like playing?
Do you already have? I used to play football or soccer. So I was going to say soccer, but it's football, right?
Yeah, I can say. Well, football is like table football.
Yeah.
Soccer, football. I'm not going to argue that. I'll put in something else here. Bill plays pool. Say okay.
Yeah.
So here on the right-hand side now, we got those 3. So if you wanted to do a simple app, you don't need to have all these advanced features. If you just want a grid that looks nice and you can, move the columns around, do sorting and filtering, then you're kind of almost there with just this much here. So with the themes, here's 2 CSS files. The first one is the structural CSS for the grid. That's mandatory. You always need that. So if you use an AGGrid, just always stick that at the top, and you're good to go. The second one is a theme. This is optional. So what I could do is I could take this theme out, and we can see here that the grid still works, but you can apply your own styles if that's what you want to do. I think the IDE is overlapping it here slightly. There we go. But the easiest thing to do is use one of our themes, or you can customize our themes as well. If you think our themes are nice, but you want to put your colors on it, you can do that as well. Yeah, we got all that CSS variable stuff going
Nice.
on. I'll just show you another one here, Alpine Dark, and I'll bring this down here, Alpine Dark. So there's the dark theme. It's pretty cool. Okay.
Nice.
All
Okay.
right.
So you're saying the way this works is this is just plain CSS with some CSS variables that are configurable that you can set.
If you want to, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Nice.
Or just use our theme and don't do any of that.
Yeah.
It's up to you. I mean, that's what AGGrid was built for developers, so it's all extensible, it's all customizable. And if it's not, then one of our 2.5 million users tells us, and we have to make it that way. So pretty much all the stuff that you'd want it to do, you can do.
Right.
Right, this is static data, which isn't very interesting. Let's make it not static. So for the row data, I'm going to create a signal. So we'll do const row data and set row data equals create signal. Should pick that import up automatically. And the type we'll give it will be any and an array. And then we'll initialize it with this array here.
Nice.
Okay, take this away. Right, then the row data here needs to be a function. Correct. Sorry, of course it's correct. Now I'll do something here. I'll do a set interval is the easiest way to demonstrate this. So I'll do something every 500 milliseconds, and what I'll do is I'll set row data, and I'll put it to the row data that was there before, and I'll add in a new item. I will say athlete, and I'll just put in math.random. It's just to show something, and I'll put in sport. You know what? It's not that I can type fast, it's I can backspace my mistakes fast. I think that's what makes it look fast. Then sport, and I'll put in math.random. Here we go. All right. Yay.
Yeah.
Here we go. Proof of the pudding. Solid signals and AGGrid working together.
Very nice. Yeah, I always love people pulling the set intervals out for demos. I mean, it's probably more useful than a demo than an actual code, but it's always nice that you can just do this and not worry about your whole component blowing up.
Exactly, and it demonstrates it nicely. It kind of it does exactly what you want to do, and also it's easy. People understand exactly what that's doing. But let's take that away, and we'll do something else. And I'm just going to copy some code from someplace else to load data from the server. I think it's here. Where's Edge?
So someone is asking if it was automatically virtualizing already. Like, are these kind of things already always happening in the background for you? You don't have to worry about it?
Yes.
All
yes.
right.
It's already there. Okay, I'm going to do this fetch thing. I actually don't know what this code really does. I'm just copy and pasting it, but Ryan, you can explain it if you want. The fetch data is doing a async wait, and then you've got this thing called a resource.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I can kind of guess what it does based on its names, but honestly, somebody just gave me this code, and I'm just using it.
Yeah.
Right. I'll take that away, put this here, get this import working.
Okay. It turns a promise into a signal, essentially, is the simplest explanation for people who haven't seen it. But yeah, no, it's pretty cool.
Okay, right. So I've pulled this data, this JSON file. So now I've got loads of data, about 8,000 rows here. Okay. And if this wasn't virtualizing, that wouldn't work. You wouldn't be able to scroll down through 8,000 rows in the DOM. If you put 8,000 rows into the DOM without virtualization, your browser just would crash. End of. Okay, so there's loads more columns with that data as well. So let me go back to this example I stole stuff from, which was here, and I'll pull out all of these columns. I'll come back here, pull these columns in, take out the cell render. I don't need that just yet. And where's that thingy on my keyboard? Oops. There we go, and hit save. Okay, so we've got lots of data. That's pretty cool. So you can kind of see this is like a functioning app where you can do stuff pretty easily. Let me add some more stuff in. So I want to make a column sortable. So for athlete, I'll say sort table true. So I can now sort by athlete. Okay, it's kind of cool. And the sorting there is very kind of chunky. I'd like to put an animation in. So on the row, I beg your pardon, on the grid, I'm going to say animate animate rows equals true. And yeah, nice scrolling. Or nice animations as the rows go into place.
Nice. That's all it takes, eh?
That's all it takes. Now, what I could do is do this, control copy and then paste. Whoops, paste. But that's bad. You don't want to repeat things when you're in code. So we put in a default column. So we'll call this default call def, and it's a call def again. We'll put that here. We'll put the sortable down here. Oops, sorry, I accidentally cleared my clipboard. Sortable, SORTABLE, true. And then down here, I'll put in then the default call def equals default call def. And now everything is sortable. I'll just go full screen there for a second. Or I can sort in multiple columns. That one, then this one, then this one, then that one. It's pretty cool.
It's AGGrid takes care of a lot of the heavy lifting. The stuff I was talking about earlier when I was like talking about the finer details of Solid, and you're just like, yeah, no, I'm realizing that I'm on the screen with the creator. You don't actually have to worry about that too much, I'm seeing, because like you handle all the virtualization internally and all the DOM rendering internally. So all the diffing, all the like mechanical pieces for updates, I guess, are all happening internally here. Like this isn't so. It's basically using Solid's reactivity to drive it, which is nice because Solid's reactivity is fast. But it's actually not it's not the rendering. Like you've already kind of got that handled in a optimal way, which we'll probably look at in a bit, if I understand.
Exactly. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff. Like the rendering is maybe 3% of our code base.
Right.
And there's I agree with you, but I can't discuss it more unless you look at other stuff first, as you kind of suggested.
How are the animations so smooth? That's a question coming in from chat.
I'll answer that one because it's a cute answer. So basically, if I go and insert the DOM here and inspect, okay, this is a bit small. If I go to the rows, you can see here the style, transform, translate. Can you see that, guys? Yep. Transform, translate. So we're using transform and translate. So what we could have done is set a top position for each row. Now, because this is virtualized, we can't just use the normal DOM layout to put the rows in, because the rows, most of them don't exist, so they would just collapse. So we have to explicitly place them inside the div that they're being put into. So what we do is we use a transform rather than setting a top position, and the reason for that is, Ryan, why do we use translate instead of top? Just randomly. What does translate Y give you? The top doesn't give you.
Oh, that's a good question. I usually use translate Z so I can kick into the video card, but
no, that's right. It's the video card. Maybe Z is a 3D thing, and maybe translate Y.
Well, it's because it basically, if you do translate Z 0, like you don't actually you don't move anything. But yeah, okay. But yeah, right, this is something we used to do on our grids for media grids at our old company when we did Infinite Scroll. So I guess it's the same kind of techniques here. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, no, sounds like it. So if had we used top here, then it would have been just CSS, and the CPU would have had to have done it. But because we're using the transform function, then you can use the hardware of the graphics card, and that's what gives us those smooth movements of rows. So yeah, interesting. Right. So default call def, what else can we do? Let's put a filter on. Filter true. Now I can go to athlete and I can start filtering. Say, anybody called Sean there? Yeah, there is. Anybody called Niall? Nope. What about Ryan? Yeah, there's a few Ryans. Okay. You can filter in all the different columns. This one here, age, these are numbers. This is a string filter, so starts with, ends with. That's kind of stringy type stuff. So what I'm going to say is everything has the default filter, so everything here will be set to true except age. I'm going to override what's in the default filter. So here, and I'll put in AG number. I think I'm going off memory here. Number column filter, I think, is what I need to type in here. So, oops, refresh, age equals, brilliant. So we got less than or equals. So we can say less than 18, and we get all the people who are, well, nice. 17 or less. Sorry, just 1 second. I'm
still catching up with people in the chat for 2 seconds. Apparently, most people on my stream, or not most, but a number of people on my stream did not realize that of the GPU trick. So I just want to highlight that for just a second. I came across that when I was working on social media stuff, but there is a number of people who are just like, here's a compliment. This guy is a genius. Apparently,
they're talking about you, not me.
No, I think they're talking about you.
Okay, all right. There's a blog I wrote. I just googled it. Google me, Niall Crosby I googled this, translate versus height. It should have been actually translate versus top, but I found it anyway. And there's a nice blog post here, and I've got some examples written. Not loading now, but it loaded last time. You can see the examples comparing the two mechanisms. And
the only thing you got to be aware of with this trick is that because you're offloading to the video card. Like there's certain edge cases you might hit with Z-index. Like essentially at that point that you offload to the video card, from that point you've set the context and it treats it like its own its own context from a Z-index standpoint. So if you have some descendants or like siblings, you might have to play a little bit, because the Z-index is actually like basically set at where the parent was at the point that you opted into the 3D card handling the render. It basically just like takes that part of the DOM and goes, yeah, 3D card's handling it specifically. So, sorry.
No, that's fine. It's cool. So what it does in the 2D sense, I think I'm going to say the same thing, but I'm just going to use different words because my journey's been slightly different. But every time you use translate, then it creates a layer. So if you think of a game with lots of different layers, and the layers are all moving over each other, and to kind of do these translations on the layers, the graphics card can do in hardware because it's created a layer. But there is a finite number of layers a graphics card has. So if you go crazy and start doing translates on like lots and lots of developments, you'll run out of layers, and there's no way to prioritize which ones are the important ones. So just use it with care, and if it stops working and you have about 100 things being translated, then you might have just run out of layers. Okay. Let's get back talking about grids. So we got the filters, we got the sorts. There's loads of stuff we can do, and I can't go through it all one by one because it would just take too long. If you want to know more, go to the grid, go to the website. So if I go to here, I'll do AGGrid.com and documentation. You can pick the different framework here. Solid isn't here, but it is kind of there. It's just hidden away in here. So this is where the solid information is, but you don't need to look at the solid examples. You can stick in React or anything else. The grid is the same for all the different frameworks. It's coded slightly differently. But if I go to the interface and I go to grid options, all the different things you can set under grid are set here. Why is this slow? Oh, there we go. Okay, so there's loads and loads and loads of properties you can set. And then in the columns, likewise, there's loads of properties you can set in the columns there. And our documentation is pretty cool. Because I'm a developer, I don't see our product, as in the AGGrid code, I don't see that as the product we give to people. What we see as our product is the code, the documentation, the examples, the marketing, like absolutely everything. So we take as much pride in our documentation as we do in the product itself. So whatever example you want, you should see it here.
Nice.
Okay, going back to here. Why did I mention that? Oh yeah, so there's loads of things you can do here, but I'm not going to go through it all. But what I will do is, I'll show you how to bring in AGGrid Enterprise, and I'll do 1 or 2 enterprise features, and then I'll stop the coding demo. Okay?
Yeah, sure. There was one quick question.
Yep.
Responsive design, mobile. I'm assuming this is all built in on the styling, but any specifics here?
Well, you would have to do that yourself. If you want your application to be responsive, then we do allow you to change the columns and to configure what's done inside these cells here. And if you want that to change based on, say, the resolution of the screen, you'll need to do that in your code. And then we have the API to allow you to change what's in the grid.
Right, because the grid fills whatever space you'll give it. I noticed that you have a bunch of the styling on the outside of the grid, essentially.
Yeah, exactly what you said. Yes. You know what? I forgot one of the most important parts. I shouldn't have gone to Enterprise so quickly. I forgot to customize the internals of the grid. So all the parts of the grid, you can put in components, and now you can put in solid components. So let me do a comp here. So we call this a const my cell comp, because I'm going to put this into a cell equals, and I'll put in a functional comp, and I'll just return back some like dummy like hello world type stuff here. So you know what, let me just put in hello world like I just said. So I want this cell comp to be used inside the athlete column instead of this default just putting the text in. Okay, so in athlete I'll then go here and I'll put in, we call it a cell renderer, so the cell renderer, and I'm going to use my cell comp. Hit save, and there we go, hello world. All right,
nice.
Now that is nice, but you know it's static, so it's not very informative. What I left out here is the props, and Cell renderer. So again, TypeScript. You don't have to use TypeScript, but I love it. We love it here at AGGrid. iCell renderer is the type of the props that comes in to this component, and one of the things that it has is the value that should be displayed. props dot refresh iCell renderer. That's I don't know why value isn't being shown there.
But it works.
That is odd. Let's ignore the fact that it didn't compile. I didn't do that earlier today. But yeah, it works. Let's take away hello world. And this is a full solid component. You're not restricted. You can put whatever DOM or functionality you want in here. So let me, I like putting pictures in that move at demos because they look kind of cool. So I'll put in image source equals, and I'm going to reuse this logo up here because it's there. And I'll hit save. It's going to be too big. Dear, why are things not working very well for me? I have to do this. It should be curly brace, not quote. And that's a bit big, so we'll then do some style, and we'll say width, width, and we'll do 25 px. width, 2 braces.
Yeah, GSX.
Yep. If you can say it to me before I figure it out myself, Ryan, that'd be helpful. Okay, so there we go. Style with 25, blah blah blah. So there's the there it is coming up. So you can put a button would be I beg your pardon. A button would make more sense. Control Z. So just button high whattever, and then there you got your button, and you just add your functionality the way you would normally do a button inside Solid.
Very nice. Yes. So let's scroll down to see the whole thing. Where was the MyCell getting inserted again?
Oh, beg your pardon. Here.
Right. Okay. So it's part of the configuration that gets sent to the grid. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Now this is like for one column. I can stick it onto other columns, or I could stick it onto all the columns. So here it's now on all the columns.
Right.
Depending on your use case, you might want to do that. You might want. But you can customize loads of places in the grid. So let me put in something else. I'll do a mycell comp, and I'll just call this my comp. Props, so I'll just ignore the props. The props that you get are different depending on what you're trying to customize, whether it's a header or a sidebar thing or something like that. So I'll just take that out, and then let me put it in for, actually I'll put it into all the columns, and then the header component, I'll say to use my comp, hit save. Now it's in for the headers, okay? Maybe for the filters here, my comp, hit save. Now if I go and bring a filter up, I can't open the filter because they're using my header components, so the menu bar is gone. Okay, so bring it back to the way it was. This menu bar is here. You could create your own header and put your own menu in, but that would take too much time for this demo. And there, so the filter's now popped up. Now this doesn't filter because there's no logic behind it, but if you go to the docs, you'll see how you can build a filter, and this is proving that you can now use Solid for the components that'll go in there to do the filtering for you, and you can build your own complex filters using Solid.
That's incredible. Like we already saw how like everything was just working out of the box when you literally just dump the data in, but the customization it looks very. I'm sure there's a lot of different touch points because there's so many different points of customization, but it looks very straightforward. It's just like, give me a component. Now I'm responsible for handling this small piece.
Yeah, I'd agree. And then if you want to see all the different things that you can do component-wise here in the docs, if we go to components, then, editors, renderers, date things, filters, floating filters. I'm tempted to tell you what all those things are, but we don't have the time to go into them all. But there was one, editing. I didn't turn editing on. Let me put all the columns as editable. editable, true. And then refresh. Oops, wrong screen. Refresh here. And then, this is editable, 555. Then you can use the keyboard and just type stuff in. All of a sudden, it's like an Excel editor type experience.
Okay, just you got my interest here because we loaded our data into a signal, so it's a source. Where the edited data, where does it go? Like, how does that work? Like, just out of curiosity, like.
Yeah, there's two answers to that. I'll give you the correct answer, and then I'll give you the reactive type answer. So the grid has a copy of the data right now. Okay.
Yeah.
So when you're editing, it's not in the signal. So the signal has passed on this array to the grid.
Yeah.
Then the grid is updating its version of the data. Now it's passed by reference, so it'll update your values actually. But if you want to be in control of your own data, like if you're using a Redux style pattern,
Right.
then we have the mechanism to have, we call them, that's the shit name, but we call them read-only edits. And when read-only edit is enabled, then rather than the edit actually happening in the data, the grid will fire an event and say, oh, the user has asked you to put this value into this cell, and then it'll wait for you to update your source and
Nice.
let you refresh the data and bring it in. So it does exactly what you'd expect it to do in a kind of a reactive way, but that's not the default behavior.
Yeah, I guess the thing is you're so used to the grid literally owning that whole world. Like that's the thing. When you get to the grid, you're just like, this is the all-encompassing solution, so it doesn't come up as much. It's like, because immediately where my head goes to is like, okay, how do we fine-grain propagate this change from this one cell to this one thing? That's just where I'm always thinking. But the truth of the matter is you have a solution here that basically just encompasses this whole grid, whole table, charts, everything. Leaving this system, you don't actually have to do maybe as often as one might think.
Yeah, you see, if we did go, and I'm actually really happy you said it that way, because you got it, you understood it without me even having to try to explain it. The grid owns data. If you wanted to have externally managed state from the grid, so the app manages the state rather than the grid, then your app will have to implement sorting, filtering, grouping, pivoting, like all those things that we do. We wouldn't be able to do because you're no longer having those manage the state. So we've made that choice up at the start. We're going to manage the state, and therefore all this good stuff just comes out of the box.
Yeah, someone was asking, so you have both controlled and uncontrolled modes. Essentially, that's I guess that's one way I take it. Someone else was mentioning using create mutable. That might be fun, but I don't. We do have one version of our proxies, which if you mutate them in place, they will be independently reactive triggerable. I call this our Trojan horse because in third-party systems, it lets us listen to any little change anyone does. But obviously, this can also get really critically out of hand. I think I actually like the very specific event-based approach rather than like sneaking in and intercepting. But that is interesting with Solid. We probably have a couple different ways to attack this.
Okay, cool. All right, so I'll leave customizing the grid, and I'm going to go into enterprise, I think. I'll say one thing, and this may or may not make sense to people, but I customized the cell here, and we have a solid component in there. What you can't tell from seeing this on the screen is the whole grid is rendered in solid. So it's not just you're taking your solid component, we render our bits in solid as well. So in React, there's this thing called a component hierarchy viewer. It's in the DevTools. And I don't think Solid has an equivalent because components don't exist in Solid, basically.
Yeah, we actually are working on a DevTools to do that, but okay. You're right. We have to fake it. We have to, in Dev, look at wherever components are created and like make an extra layer just so that we can show that there's a component there. But yes, work in progress. One day.
Yeah, okay. Well, it would be nice because if you did have that, then we could show you that the cell lives inside a row, which is also solid, which lives inside a row container, which is solid, which lives inside a grid body, which lives inside a grid, which lives inside your application. So basically, the kind of your application has siblings all the way down to the cell, every bit in between, which is our code is written in solid as well. That would be nice for us to show off. Okay, I'll go and bring in enterprise, and yes, this is paid for stuff, but I'm going to spend just 2 minutes on it, show you what it can do, and then I'm going to stop doing this demo. So this is not a hard sell. I apologize if this looks like a hard sell. It's not what this is meant to be. Let me go to package.json. I'll bring in, oh shite, sorry, I'm cursing a lot as well. Apologies, guys. Everybody curses in Ireland. AGGrid Enterprise 2820. Let me bring up this. Control C to stop it. npm I to install. Let me start it up again. Okay. Right, here's my code. Now on the right hand side here, let me just get rid of this. If I right click, the browser menu comes up. Okay, that's the default behavior for our community version. I'm going to put one line of code in to make it do enterprisey stuff. Import AGGrid Enterprise. Oh, that's it. Now on the right hand side, if I click, it's our enterprise context menu. I can do cool stuff like Excel export. Let me click on that just for kicks.
Right.
There we go. data is exported. So basically, if you have community and you want to try enterprise, you just import it and you can try it out and maybe enable a few things. It's the same product. It's just with enterprise, more features become available. But everything I said prior to this applies to enterprise.
That Excel download, was that something you guys do in the browser, or do you have a back-end service for that?
This is all front end.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah.
The grid is a standalone component. We don't touch any external stuff.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I've done CSV export before. I just wasn't sure. It's just a slightly different format, so yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, right. Let me just put in some features. So I will. What will I do? I'll do range selection first. So range, range. Range. It's sorry, it's a grid property, not a column property. That's why it's not coming up. So down here, range selection, enable range selection. I like this about Solid. Well, I like a lot of stuff about Solid, but if I do true here and there's my ranges, I can also just leave it out. I was like, oh, does that work? After I'd done the implementation, I wondered, does that work with Solid? And well, I guess that's at the JSX level, so of course it would work. Okay, I will also then do. Let me do row group panel. So row group panel show equals always. Okay, here drag here to set row groups. See it up here? Yeah. So it's allowing me to drag groups up here, but actually won't work because I need to do something else, which is just to say which columns I'm allowed to group by. And I'll just tell the grid all the columns can be grouped by. So enable row group true. So default row group, I'm saying all the columns can be groupable. So then if I drag athlete up to here, it's now grouped by athlete. Let me make that a bit bigger. You know what? I want to have the columns resizable as well. So I'm going to make the columns resizable. True. Sorry. TRUE. So let me bring this full screen. What's happening here? Let me bring country up here and then bring sport. Where's sport gone? Sport not here?
Huh.
I didn't refresh properly. I had, sorry, because of the last run. Now it's refreshed properly. So United States, gymnastics. Let me bring this out. And here, swimming. So again, the kind of the coolness is this. It looks like a pretty funky feature of the grid here, and so little. You just configured the grid. There's no coding to be done on the user's level. This cell render is just making things a bit difficult to follow. So let me take the cell renderer out.
Fair enough.
Okay. Right. I'm going to do. Let me see. Okay. So when I group by country, you can see here these cells here are empty because I'm not aggregating up these values here. It would be nice if we grouped those values. So let me do that. So for gold, I'm going to do ag func. I'll do sum. Most of the time, you just want to sum them. We've got ag funcs that come out of the box, but like everything else to the grid, you can write your own ag funcs. So here, if I refresh, bring country up, hey, we've got all these values for a country. And I'll do one more trick, and then I'm going to shut up because I could. I'm talking about my favorite subject. I can go on for hours.
No, this is really cool. Stuff like this, like the custom aggregator functions and stuff. These are functionalities that I've done a little bit of table work, and you're kind of like, sometimes you with really basic grids, you're kind of priced into like, okay, now I need a custom column type, or I need a custom column header or something, and you end up like building these custom things. And in this case, like this kind of functionality, like where it's like, oh yeah, we're doing groups. We know that there's going to be, this aggregation. Just toss in a config. It's a sum. Okay, done. Yeah. That's so powerful.
Yeah, and this stuff, like I said, I was working in finance when I came up with the concept of AGGrid. So this is like bread and butter stuff for us. I had to do the, reporting type stuff. Right, while we were talking, I set enable charts equal to true. So this is the bit where you tell your boss is going to take 6 months, do this, and then take a holiday. And he'll still be impressed after 6 months when you show him this. So I'll group by country. I'll bring, say, some. Oops, beg your pardon. I'm just bringing the numbers over beside country. I'm going to order by gold. I'll now take up the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right, so I've got 10 countries there. I've got 2 rows of data. I'm going to right click chart. These are all the different chart types that I can pick from. I'll just go to column and then grouped, and voila, there we go. Look at this. As I drag the
yeah, it's like you're in Excel or like one of those spreadsheet programs. You just have that functionality.
Yeah.
And you
sorry.
As you say, like any visualization, any of these visualizations you want are just like pre-baked in, so that it's not for the developer actually, it's for the user, which is, you know what I mean, like as a developer you're like, oh, I can make these charts or whatever, but this is just like, look, you have AGGrid, you can literally just like give this functionality to the consumer of this directly with,
Yeah.
what did you do? You basically enabled true in 2 places or something.
Just one, enable charts true.
That's it. Okay. Well, there you go.
That's
I
it.
was thinking because you had the
Yeah.
range selection as well, because
Oh, true. Yes, you would need to be able to select a range to be able to chart a range. Yes.
people asking a bunch of like small like kind of questions like, can I select stuff cells using the keyboard like with shift arrows?
Yeah. Or here's shift selection. I'm just
Yeah.
holding down the shift key and doing the arrows. So yeah, you can do that. Any other questions?
Yeah. Is it possible to use the same column formatters for axes in the chart?
Yes, I can't show you because I don't know it off the top of my hand, but you can configure the charts at the fine level as well, and putting in formatters is one of the things you can do.
Yeah. A lot of sentiment of this is impressive. This is so nice. Just, yeah. People are pretty
Thank you.
stoked. Yeah.
Cool. Oh yeah, this is the one where we yeah. I'm going to show you pivoting if I can, because I think
Okay.
pivoting is pretty cool. To do pivoting, I need to do, I think it's sidebar, is that what we call it? Sidebar equals true. What does that do? Aha, okay. Right, so I've got this like sidebar here now, which is like the BI tool. Now, I just want to stress again that this is the grid on steroids. You don't have to have all these features. If you think this is too much for your app, then just don't put those features in. Just use like AGGrid with less features. You know, you don't have to give them everything. And all of these things as well, you can configure the grid to do it rather than allowing the user to do it. So what I mean by that is just say I want country to be grouped. I can say row group and just say true. And then I can hide this group, or is it, I can take this away. Does that work? So here I'll do a refresh. So you're grouping by country, and the user doesn't
Right.
control the grouping. So you don't have to allow slice and dice. That's just what I happen to be demoing there. Right, let me put that back in, and let me take the row group out of country, and let me go back in here. Okay, so I've got names of people, I've got ages, I've got countries, I've got years, I've got sports, which is, again, these are all just sets of data. So let's go into pivot mode. And people who work in finance love pivoting. I'll just take these out funcs off. Sorry, business people. We're developers. We don't use Excel that much, but most users of our apps use Excel lots, and they love Excel and they love pivot tables. Like, you know, and if they could do a pivot table in your data inside your app, they'd be pretty stoked. So you said this isn't for developers. That's 100% true, in that the function isn't for developers, but the kudos is for developers. So you get all this kudos. You stick this into your app and you show it to your business, they'll think you're fucking great. They really, really will. Okay, so I'll do group by country. And I have. Oh, okay, sorry. I didn't allow pivoting for the columns. So enable row group true, enable pivot true, and enable value true. That just means I can pivot, group, and aggregate by every column. Okay, pivot
Right.
mode. I'll take these off. I'll bring country into the group section, and let me bring year into this section. Now you see I've grouped by country. Now because it's a pivot table, let's bring gold in. Okay, so I'm grouping by country. So United States is only here once, and then I'm pivoting by year, so the years will come across the top. And let me put sports as a group as well. So here, United States, these are the sports, and then the years are along the top. I'm kind of assuming you know what a pivot table is. I didn't explain that.
Maybe not by name. What's special about a pivot table?
Okay, so basically, if you don't have a pivot table, I can do grouping. Let me just refresh, so we're back to scratch, so you know I haven't done anything. So I can group by country, okay? And grouping is done on the vertical axis.
Yeah.
However, maybe I want to make columns out of countries, whereas currently they're rows. So what I can do is go into pivot mode, and let me take all these away. Now I'll bring country into the column labels, and now the countries are all along the top.
Okay.
And because it's grouping, it only makes sense if I'm aggregating by something. So I'm going to say aggregate all the gold by 0. So Algeria's won 2 gold medals. Argentina's won 49 gold medals.
All right. Okay. So
Um,
the name from pivoting has to do with the fact of switching the axes, essentially.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's not just switching, because you don't get more information out of it until you do 2 axes at the same time. So I could bring year and set it as a group, and in this you couldn't do a grouping. Have this visualization where you're doing one axis by one
Okay.
group and then another axis by another group.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's cool.
But this again, it's the type of thing developers, you don't use this in your day-to-day basis, but a lot of the users of your apps that use Excel, this would be their bread and butter.
Yeah. So, someone's making a comparison to stuff like Tableau and like those kind of like
Yeah.
except this is like something that you can just build right in with your data. Like if you ever worked at Tableau
Exactly.
and you like sit there and you're like, how do we export and synchronize our data with the Tableau thing? I hit this when I was working at that yearbook company. Like we were doing the social media, and then suddenly found we were part of a yearbook company, and suddenly it was all about book sales and numbers and it suddenly became a big thing of how we exported our data formats so that they could get the most out of their charts and tables and stuff. And this is just like, no, we already have the data from the database in our app. Like, let's just like do it right here. That's so cool.
Yeah. So like, you're given that Tableau experience, that kind of reporting experience, that kind of Excel experience, and what you can tell your business, like if you're writing the apps for, is we don't need Tableau anymore because the users are doing it inside our app, and it also makes the users more efficient. So they're not needing to export the data, bring it someplace else. It takes time. If they can just do it in your app, then they're just more efficient at their jobs. So it's a real win for the business.
I love these reactions you're getting in chat.
I don't see the chat. What are they saying?
Yeah, no, there's just lots of people really impressed and really stoked about this.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to leave the demo. Unless there was anything there, I'd like to maybe talk about behind the scenes, tell you a bit about how this is all working with Solid. Let's talk about Solid again. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm really interested about some of the technical stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so a bit of history. I have a spreadsheet here. Beg your pardon, not a spreadsheet, a PowerPoint supporting multiple frameworks. AGGrid supports lots of frameworks. Right now, it's Angular, Vue, React, and Solid. And normally, if you have a library and you're supporting multiple frameworks, you've got 2 choices. One is wrap, and the other is port. What wrap means is you would put a thin layer over your library and make it look like it's written for that framework. So for say Solid, what we could have done is just put a thin layer over AGGrid and then go, oh, it's a Solid grid now. But we would just pretend because it's not really written in Solid. And then when you come to use it, it would work as you'd expect, but then you try to do things like use a cell renderer like we saw, customize a cell. And how would that work if our grid wasn't actually written in Solid? And there is ways around that. We could have used portals.
Yeah, I was going to say you end up having to set all your own mount points, but that seems really inefficient if you have to do that 10,000 locations or whatever, X number of location in the table, yeah.
Exactly. Every cell would have an extra level of div in it to host these portals. And also, if you're a React developer, you'll go to your dev tools and you go, what the hell's going on here? I don't see the hierarchy. I just see these 1,000 cells inside this grid, and there's no structure, and it just smells. It kind of smells like that's not very good. Now, I believe it's good. I like it's written in JavaScript, but people using frameworks generally want their libraries to be written in those frameworks, and that's just the way the world is. So yeah, we could have wrapped the grid, which would have had that kind of strange experience. Or the other thing we could have done is ported the grid, which would be rewrite the grid from scratch for every framework. And a lot of our competitors do that. Like our competitors would be the likes of, am I allowed to say competitor names? I think so, yeah. Kendo UI, for example, or Infragistics, they've got another one, Ignite UI. And with, say, Kendo, for example, they've got a React grid. They've got I don't think they have a Solid one yet, I'm not sure, but they've got a Vue one, they've got an Angular one, and they're different grids, and they're out of sync. They've got different types of features. And what happens for a company like that is you end up with 10 grids rather than just one. So your dev team is really, really split. And we don't want to do that. We're, highly skilled people, and we want to just focus all our efforts as a company into one grid and get everybody to use that grid. So porting isn't good for us, and wrapping isn't good for you. Actually, 14 is bad for you as well because the product ends up being worse as well.
Right.
Yeah, we initially wrapped, and it didn't give a good experience, especially for React people, or that community was the one that disliked us most because they realized we weren't written in React and it was causing friction. And I was going, how can we solve this?
Was
How
the
can we solve
internals
this?
vanilla JS at the time, or were you still like
Yes.
Angular? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, well, it was never Angular. Even when I
Okay.
started doing it for Angular, it was wolf in sheep's clothing. It was a wrapper. We wrapped it with Angular, and it was
Okay.
internally was JS. So in React, we were using portals to do all these customizations. And yeah, as I said, when they looked at it in the dev tools, they could see it just wasn't very Reacty. Um, so I had this eureka moment, and I was like, hold on a second, all these different frameworks, whether it's Angular or React or Vue or Solid, they all do exactly the same thing in terms of what their result is, because they're all targeting the same browsers to the same DOM spec. So they all generate DOM and CSS, and that's it. And it has to be identical. So whatever I'm doing in JavaScript, you can do that in any framework that you want. They just do it in a different way. And when that hit me, I went, hold on a second, how about then if I go back to the grid and if I separate out all the logic, so all the components that we have, could I take all the logic out of them and just have the components with that base DOM update responsibility? So all it would do is set the template and then set styles and classes, and pretty much that's it. And then if I did that and kept all the logic away in these things let's call them controllers, then I could replace the components and put in components of a different framework. So I don't know if that made sense, but what I'll do is I'll show you kind of what I mean. You know what? Let me go full screen here.
Yeah, you've been doing this for a while too, because this is kind of, I think this has kind of come up recently. Yeah, someone's mentioning it. TanStack, work that Tanner Lindsley's been doing with React query. Well, now TanStack query, location, table. He's got a whole bunch of libraries. In the last, I guess I'd say 6 months to 8 months, he's been doing this kind of similar path. But you've been doing this approach with AGGrid for a few years now, it sounds like.
Yes. That's just opened up like a Pandora's box there, mentioning TanStack and Tanner. Yeah, we kind of have, but there is some fundamental difference between what Tanner do and what Tanner does and what we do. So Tanner's React table is brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and it solves a different problem. So Tanner's React table is headless. It does not have a UI. And so the idea with React table is it gives you the kind of an engine, but you have to build your own UI on top of that engine. Whereas with AGGrid, we come with batteries included. I guess is what we both use those terms. So with AGGrid, as you saw there, you just a few lines of code and loads of stuff comes out of the box, and they're for different purposes. And really, what different purposes are is so. AGGrid is brilliant for enterprise applications. So we want to get a lot of enterprise type shit done, like AGGrid's the big guns. But we're not lightweight. React table is lightweight. So you have to write more code with React table, but it's minimalistic in that their table is smaller. And that's better for e-commerce, internet-facing websites. So if you're going to build a grid for your landing page and you're worried about download speeds, then you should invest more time and use React table because it's on the internet. But if you're writing internal business apps, or it's external but it's not your landing page, and you want business functions or more of a desktop feel, then that's where you use AGGrid.
Right. And just to be clear, I think a lot of the similarities in thinking is and I guess maybe the best way to kind of look at it is Tanner's got this headless core, basically with all his libraries. They're just basically just JavaScript. And then he goes, look, you framework, you tool, integrate with this, and do what you'll have. Like I remember looking at React table or TanStack table, it's called now, and basically it generated these almost like getter functions that you would then pass to your own native components in the specific framework for rows and tables. So he'd get all the data ready for you, and then you would render it. And I guess the big difference here with AGGrid is that while there might be some internal level of that where the change or trigger management system is somewhat headless, you what you do is you ship the fully packaged version, so like it includes not just the drivers but the actual rendering as well as part of the package, and
UI.
then
Yes.
the consumer doesn't have to worry about how they necessarily render the things. Even the similarity, I guess, would be more from you from a core standpoint, where when you're developing you said like there's common code between all the ports, right? Like there's some piece
Yes.
there underlying that underlying piece might be something like TanStack table or whatever, somewhat, but that part isn't the part. Like people want all the features that come with AGGrid, so that's not the part that gets like shipped. That part is deeply wrapped within that, just kind of lets it be easier for you to develop the different ports essentially.
Yes, it's for our, yeah, exactly. If you wanted to port this to something else, you wouldn't be able to do it, whatever Svelte or something. That's for us to do. So we come with different rendering engines. And by default, it'll be JavaScript, but if you're using it in React, it'll be the React rendering engine. And if you're using it now in Solid, it'll be the Solid rendering
Well,
engine.
I feel even more special now with Solid that you've chose to take the time to actually make a solid implementation here, because there are lots of frameworks out there, and to be what you named a few, but framework number 4 or 5, that's pretty cool. I
Well, the way I
appreciate that.
see it is you get your React code, right? You shake off all the shit bits, and then you're left with Solid.
I've heard that comparison before. No comment.
I mean that purely as a joke. It's not true.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So here, the old way that we've all been staring at for the last 5 minutes, while myself and Ryan just had a bit of a waffle there. On width change. So basically, each cell, its width can change. Like you can resize a column, and that will then we would then need to set the width for each cell that's below that column. And there's kind of logic here as to how to calculate what that width should be. Now, you don't need to understand what this is doing. The point is that there's 1, 2, 3, 4 lines of code here doing stuff, maybe 5. And then we've got this called spanning.reduce and a reduce function. And in other parts of the code, it will be called in other functions. And there's a lot of logic in calculating what actually gets displayed on the screen. But then at the end, we've got this thing here, this.getGUI.styledWidth. This.getGUI is our internal stack. So we've got our own framework internally that we use ourselves inside the grid, and that's how we just set the width on the style for the element, and there we set the width. And where I was saying before that all the frameworks do the same thing, they just do it in different ways. So whether it's Solid or React or something else, they've all got a way to set the style and the width. So I was thinking, can we put this top bit here into the reusable logic? Let's take this out of our component and stick that into a controller, and all the components will have is a set width method. And that's what this will do, just one line of code. In other words, I want to delegate this here. So this is the same method as before, but instead of actually setting the width on my style, I'm calling the component to set the width, and it's going to do it for me. And then, I'm sorry, this is taken from an old presentation I gave in React. So I've got React down here on the right-hand side, not Solid. So basically, our own internal framework will set the width as we did before, one line of code, and then under React component, we'll have the set width function here as well, and we'll set the state, and then blah 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 gets used in the JSX down below, and it sets the width that way.
Right. So you still have your own internal representation. Is that, like, if I'm understanding, like, are these both happening, or is this just a different version of the same thing?
Different version. Only one is happening.
Gotcha. Okay.
So when the grid instantiates, you'll select, or we'll select. Am I in React? Okay, we'll use React components. Am I in Solid? Okay, we'll use Solid components. Or if I'm in something else, then we use something else. Yeah, thought I was going to say something else there, but I don't think I am. Yeah, I don't recall. I just got confused. I'm sorry. I'll move on. What's the next slide say? Okay, so I'm going to show you this in the actual code. So I'm going to go to our AGGrid code over here, and here we got cell control. So interface iCell comp. So now what we have is a cell control, which is down here, And this is just complete overview stuff. So I'm not going to go through what these methods are doing, but we have a cell control in AGGrid, and every time a cell gets created, and there's 1,000 or so cells, whichever number you can see in the screen, one of these cell controls will get instantiated, and it'll be associated with a component. And the component could be Solid, could be React, could be something else, and they all implement this interface. Oh yeah, I remember what I was going to say there a minute ago. So I spent all of last year, what's that, 2021. I spent all of 2021 going through the AGGrid code and separating out these controllers. So what I ended up with was a grid that did the exact same thing using our rendering engine, except the comps were made very, very, very slim. They were they were stupid comps, basically, because all the logic had been taken out and then we put into these controller classes. And then when I had that done, I was then able to come in with React, because I was focusing on React last year, and create a React implementation that implemented the same interfaces at the component level. Then what I did last month, and it just took me 2 weeks, is to go through it all again and put the Solid implementation in. Because of all the work I'd done with the core and with React, then to come along and put another framework in, especially Solid, because it had similarities to React in terms of the patterns. Yeah, it was kind of it made me feel good about what I'd done last year, because all the hard work kind of paved the way to easily slot in new frameworks.
Nice.
So here's my set left feature. I beg your pardon, my set left method. And then if I go into our JavaScript component, this is a JavaScript comp I can see here. Again, this is our internal rendering stuff. This won't make sense to anybody, but we have a component class, use inheritance. I don't care. If I go to set left, and then here I'm just setting the left on the style of the GUI like what we did before. If I then go into our cell comp for React, where's set left? So I've got some state here, set left, or left and set left. And then here I've got my interface being implemented on this class here. I've got set left here. It sets the state that I saw above. And then down towards the end, I've got some style. So here, all styles, use memo, left, and then all styles is set inside the JSX. Okay? Right. And then inside the cell, inside Solid.
Yeah, it's almost the same. It's very similar.
Yeah. So set left.
Oh, and this is fun because you got a lot of signals. You're going to really benefit from those fine-grained updates. Anyway, that's what I'm thinking, but we'll have to see.
Okay. Set left. So there it is. This is the interface again being implemented. Set left. So you can see once I've done the React one, then doing the Solid one, it was honestly, I copied the components and then just slimmed out lots of code. And then here, where's the classes? Here we go. Classes. There's the left, and then we create memo. Create memo. Beg your pardon. Of course it is. And then where are we? Style. All styles here.
This is really cool, especially because you were able to do all this without like even tapping me on the shoulder, really, which is pretty sweet. Yeah. I love when I hear stories like this because I'm always like, there's a little. Like there's similarities to React, and then there's where things aren't similar. And sometimes I get worried people might like copy and paste and get stuck, but you managed to get all the way through. So that always makes me really happy.
Well, I did get in touch with you about 2 months ago, and the purpose of that was to try and have you on top to help me. And I never needed to ask you anything. I didn't get that stuck. And there's also a crescendo moment for me. You might have seen my tweet where I realized that this here, I always knew it wasn't a virtual DOM, but then when it clicked that this is a template, it's actually a template. And when you start thinking about it in terms of templates rather than virtual DOM type stuff, then it just made it so much easier to reason with.
Yeah. I think we're still learning how to best tell that part of the story because there is a React visual similarity. But yeah, once you start thinking of it in templates, it definitely makes it a lot easier. Yeah, I think I actually remember that tweet now that you mention it.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So with that said, people can maybe appreciate better now that all of this is rendered in Solid because it's inside the Solid engine and it all just fits together.
Nice.
And when I did the React version, because React was first and we pushed it out, and the great thing about having 2.5 million downloads is when you release something and there's something wrong, you find out about it pretty quickly. And this is a problem that people came back with. And let me go, which spreadsheet or which PowerPoint am I going to go to? Is it this one? It is. Okay, resizing columns. the top animation here, hoping my screen is shared with a fast enough update that you can see this. The
Right.
top one is jittery, okay? Especially when I'm making the column smaller. So basically it's processing more and I'm getting a less smooth animation. So the top one is using the React rendering engine. The bottom one is using our JavaScript rendering engine.
Right.
Can you notice that difference there, Ryan?
Yeah, I can see it through StreamYard. I'm
Okay, right.
hoping people can see it on stream. Sometimes this is hard to see. I once did a concurrency demo on stream, and I'm sitting there just like talking about how smooth it is. And I watched back the video, and everyone like like the difference between the clunky version and the smooth version. No one could actually see or tell. No one on stream had the heart to tell me this. While I'm like making all these like cocky comments about like how butter smooth it is and that. But yeah, no, it's clearly visible. It's coming in from the chat. Right. Yeah.
And you might think like it's a big a deal. It kind of is actually, but also I did this recording on my super fast developer laptop, the i7, blah blah blah, and users, they will be on slow laptops or on virtual machines, so it gets amplified.
Yeah.
But don't take my word for it. What I did is I profiled. So when I moved the mouse, you can't really repeat that across tests. So I needed to write some code so I could have a repeatable test that I could do then in the different frameworks. And this is what I did. So on the left-hand side, here's my code. I'm basically calling the grid API, and I'm setting country to 200 pixels. So you can see here on the right-hand side, when I refresh, the grid loads, and then after 1 second, it will resize country, okay?
Right.
So the function is resizing a column, and then I can... in my dev tools, I can profile. Is that what you say? Profile that? Okay. That is the React profile, which by itself doesn't give any interesting insights. It's when I compare this now against what happened with the JavaScript one, we can really see. Now, I know by looking at this that this blue up here, this is all my AGGrid code, okay? All the way down to the red here. This is all AGGrid code. And then it goes into React code. And this is all React code. So I'm calling set state and then blah, 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 and it does loads of stuff here, okay?
Yeah.
The width of this here, for this PowerPoint, the width of this timeline is 300 milliseconds. Now, I'm going to show you the JavaScript one. That's also going to be 300 milliseconds, so you'll be able to compare them size-wise.
Nice. I always love comparisons.
There we go. So all this here is our code. Now, these methods here are the same methods that were called up here.
Yeah.
Because it's the same code. It's the same code. It's just when it goes to hit the DOM, here it finishes. It just updates the DOM. Whereas on React, it then calls React, and React is this and this and this and this and this, and it, loads of JavaScript executes. And I find this funny, right? Because what's React actually do? Well, let me just go back to what we're doing. We're resizing a column, and what that does is it sets width on a column. So we're not creating any DOM here. We're not destroying any DOM. We're just setting a style on a DOM element. And what we do in JavaScript, as we saw in my code earlier, is we just set the style on the DOM element. Okay.
Yeah.
What we're doing in React is we go to React, and rather than setting the style on the DOM element, React says, no, don't do that, don't do that. I want you to build up some JSX, and we'll build this virtual DOM. Trust me, this is going to be cool. So React then builds up this big virtual DOM, and then compares it to the old virtual DOM, and he goes, aha, you're going to try and set the width on that DOM element. I'm like, I fucking told you that at the start. Why did you not just listen to me? He goes, no, I wanted to build a virtual DOM and work it out for myself. And
yeah, because it's one of the funniest things, because when you have local mutation, you know exactly what needs to change. When you have to pass it through a larger immutable system, you have to actually lose that knowledge just so you can find it again. We have a similar thing with comparing like reactivity to Redux, because in a sense it's the same thing with Redux. So you might know that this one particular thing changes, but then you have to go through your whole chain of reducers to figure it out again. Similar kind of mentality.
Yeah. So this bit here, I can see there's a method here, set column widths, and this is the same method with the same color, set column widths, and that's when I time 60 milliseconds on top and 11 milliseconds on the bottom. And then you have this bit over here, which is to do with it does stuff. I won't go into it for this conversation, but it's valid, and here it's kind of the same operation again, but it's done much more quickly. So, the interesting one, Ryan, would be, what do you think would happen now if I brought up the profile for Solid, doing the exact same operation? Do you feel confident, or?
Yeah, I mean, this is when we put up to the test here, right? Like, I would hope that we were doing something similar to vanilla. I'd hope. It depends on the granularity of the data. But given that what you showed me in the previous screen had everything as independent signals, I'm fairly confident. So yeah, let's see how this where we end up.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's very good, because to me, it's a framework. And just by saying it's a framework, there's code that gets executed there. So it doesn't matter what you do. If you're getting in the way of me setting a style, then you're going to add more JavaScript. So there has to be some kind of cost to delegating this to a framework. But what is really good is, like React was 6 times slower, Solid was twice as slow. So, times 6 is kind of exponentially slower. Whereas this, you could argue it's the same ballpark, but definitely JavaScript is first, and then Solid is second, and React is, quite a distance in third place.
Right. Yeah, no, that's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, looking at it, the depth actually isn't that much deeper than vanilla. It just looks like there's like at least one extra something going on in the chart. The end of the chart actually looks similar. It's just that the beginning there, the section's about twice as long as the vanilla, and that's where most of the cost is happening. Anyway.
Yeah, and something I like about this test as well is when you're comparing frameworks, and people will do speed tests, and what they will normally do, which is absolutely fine, is they will create apps specifically for the test. And when you do that, you can design your app or your test to to make one framework look faster than another. But this here is actually a real world example. Like when you have a data grid, resizing a column it is something that people do. It's a a common use case for us, and that's why I like this. It's kind of like a real world example of a complex component written and doing the identical same thing for all the different frameworks. So it's a real world complex DOM operation.
Yeah, and the people in the chat are like, oh, did he apply this optimization? Maybe he could do this. Maybe if we like, they're going this. And Niall, by his own admission, said that he didn't know Solid, picked it up for a couple weeks, and this is what he was able to just do by basically copy and pasting the React code. So I mean, yeah, I'm pretty happy with this result. All things being said.
You know what? You'll be pretty happy, but I'm going to make you a tiny bit sad when I tell you the next bit.
Okay.
Which is, well, I was working in React at the time, and I wasn't thinking about Solid when I made this decision. This is back in February this year. I said, okay, for setting styles and classes, I'm not going to use the framework. I'm just going to do it in JavaScript.
I see. Well, I mean, that makes sense.
I knew you wouldn't be very happy. Yeah. So
I mean,
it's the best of both worlds.
So then I wonder what Solid is doing here. But so that makes it even more interesting. But okay, that makes sense, because nothing beats vanilla in terms of performance. So yeah.
You would think, but let me show you the next test, okay? Because that was, although the test wasn't contrived, it's quite specific. It's just updating the styles of an existing DOM. What if we do something like, oh, there's previous results just in the chart. So yeah,
right.
It took longer. Smaller is a better number. Right, this example here. So what I'm doing here is, after the grid has been shown for a second, I then scroll to position 1000. Now, the grid virtualizes the rows. So when you scroll, the grid has to rip out the rows that were scrolled out of view and render a set of new rows. So by jumping to 1000, that basically means go to a set of rows. I'm not showing any of these rows. So the grid will have to rip out all the previous cells and then create a brand new set of components for all the rows and the cells inside those rows.
Yeah.
So here we're testing the component creation and destroy, basically, and DOM creation and destroy.
Yeah, this one's going to be more interesting for us to figure out the difference, because reactivity is more expensive to create initially than VDOM. But we do optimizations. The question is, do those optimizations get leveraged in the way that we write AGGrid? I guess we'll find out.
Okay. No drum roll this time. I just decided to splash them all up. Now, there's two ways you can look at this, okay? The first way is to go, oh, interesting. JavaScript and Solid, they're kind of in the lead. Solid's a bit quicker. React's a bit slower. Or the way I look at this is they're all the same ballpark. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. 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 So this is a situation where the DOM creation cost is taking up probably most of the cost. Creation is always a place that tends to be DOM heavy. But I mean, still, for it to be this close suggests that you've already optimized things to such a point that the JavaScript over top of it is actually fairly minimal. So yeah.
Well, when I saw this, what came to my head is, Solid's doing stuff that we're not, because we should be the fastest, because Solid is a generic framework. We have the benefit of we're writing a framework just for the grid, so we can do tweaks that you wouldn't do if you're trying to write an app. So the JavaScript one should have won. So I'm kind of wondering.
I mean, we do a lot. We do a lot of optimizations on the DOM side, small micro optimizations that maybe all add up. So maybe that's worth a conversation at some point if you want to see if we can make your JavaScript version faster.
Well, I think it's probably we're doing a lot of template, or we create DOMs based on templates. So each component instance creates its DOM via a string template. I see what you're doing is you're doing that creation once and then you're cloning the DOM node.
Yes, that is a very good trick. It's something I learned back in my old Knockout days. That was the one thing that we modified from Knockout and our Pug engine was that doing this node cloning is definitely faster, and it depends on the size, obviously, of the HTML. That was the thing that I was trying to figure out. Like if everything's like a single component, cloning versus like document create element isn't going to be much different. But if there's any chunks of continuous HTML that you can clone, there are big savings there. Yeah.
Interesting. You see, it's a tiny bit of a saving though. We're almost as fast. It's only this tiny bit. So I'm gonna give a guess here that the browsers have come on so much since you made that discovery that maybe it doesn't make that much difference anymore.
Yeah, no, it's true, and as I said, it comes down to the size of the components. If you have less, if each component wraps one DOM element, it's almost indistinguishable. The bigger the DOM element chunk gets, the more beneficial it is. So, so that might be the biggest thing, because like React is definitely doing it one element at a time. The way they compile their JSX is literally one at a time, right? Like it's essentially, because the way it works, like there's no way they could do it any other way. We do a bit of static analysis to try and do bigger chunks of creation at a time, but if the code doesn't let us do it, then there's nothing we can do about it. But yes, it is still a micro kind of thing, but it could be I don't know, 10 to 15% boost depending on the size of the elements. It's hard to say though. Your mileage will vary basically depending on what you're creating, I think. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So for this one, they're a similar speed. So in AGGrid today, we let the frameworks do all of the component creation on the stride, which is brilliant because that's what we're using it for. So the framework manages the life cycles of all the components and does all the rendering in the components. But when it gets to setting the styles and the classes at the cell level, only for the cell level, we just do that directly because it's faster. We do it directly in JavaScript. Okay, so there's the test results. Here's the test results side by side. So it's two types of operations, just changing styles. This is what we saw. React was a bit slower, and JavaScript and Solid are in similar ballparks, being faster. And then for doing the DOM update or redrawing all the rows, they're all the same ballpark. So all these ways of doing it give you similar results. So to me, you don't choose a framework for speed these days. Maybe you do, but to me, you choose a framework for ease of programming, or how it helps you structure your code. That's like why I wouldn't tell somebody don't use a framework, use JavaScript, because you'd be left with spaghetti code. The frameworks come with the benefit of adding structure and making it you're better off using a framework. But I see the benefits being how it helps you structure your code base and allows you to scale as opposed to for the speed reasons.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, there's a reason we have these tools. I'm still pretty happy to see that you were able to it's always nice to see when people can kind of confirm the results of like some of the work we're doing, even if it's not a a big difference here. Like in these cases, it's just like it shows you that like some consideration went into performance here, and it does have, or it may have some kind of positive impact on your applications, especially on slower devices and whatnot.
Yeah, cool. Right, I have a bit of sad news. That's the end of everything I was planning to go through.
No, that's
Yeah.
awesome. I think it was a very impressive demonstration, especially for AGGrid and the features. People were very, very excited about the different capabilities. I mean, I hadn't seen AGGrid in that level of detail before, and I don't know if others had either. It was definitely cool to see. As I said, I built some very simple like kind of dashboard type stuff for analytics when I was working at that startup. But it was nothing like this, and it was years and years and years ago. To see where things have gotten to now, and like just how powerful, like when you're pulling up those pivot tables and like auto generating the charts, and this is just like literally you were just able to go like drop this in. So I guess that's on the enterprise side, but you're like drop this in, turn on charts, yes, turn on pivots, yes, and then suddenly the end user can do like this takes a huge burden off the developer. They can just be like, look, get me AGGrid, and then you don't have to worry about all this inane features you're asking me for. It's already been taken care of. That's super powerful. And yeah, I'm still kind of like recollecting, like trying to like think about this, because as you said, this is something that you build the integrations for, and that's how you get that level of polish that comes in, and it's available for Solid now. Like people can go and use it and be like this makes Solid a real choice for these companies like this, because it looks like AGGrid does do a lot of the heavy lifting in these cases, and maybe I mean Solid under the hood does help a little bit on performance, but that's not what's going to sell people on it. But just the fact that this is now an option to kind of go alongside what other things they're going to be doing with Solid potentially, this is really, really, really cool.
Yeah, I'd love to see Solid make an impact on the financial side, as in finance technology, and in some aspects the finance technology lead the way. That if something becomes popular there, it'll then go into other industries. That's what happened with AGGrid, that they're the ones that latched onto AGGrid first, and then other industries kind of came as well. And I'd be curious to know over the next 6 months or a year, now that we support Solid, will there be an uptake on using Solid now in finance? That would be interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think AGGrid is going to be a key player for that to help us kind of get to that next step. I think there's a few other ecosystem libraries that have been kind of coming in, and I'm hoping that if we can showcase things like AGGrid and a few others, we can kind of complete that story, because obviously AGGrid in this part is a big part, but I'm sure they have a few other things they have on their checklist in terms of what they need in terms of functionality and features beyond the grid system. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. This has been an amazing year of growth for us, and I'm so stoked that you decided to add us, to your list of frameworks that you support, even before Svelte.
I saw a tweet: Svelte for the web, Solid for the enterprise, and it rhymes. It stuck with me. I don't know. Is that true?
I think there's something in the design where Rich has done an amazing job of creating a framework where the floor of entry is just so low. Like you can just like come in, and it feels like the first time you wrote some JavaScript in a console, or like for me Notepad++ and opened a web page or whatever. Like Svelte has this kind of feeling that you can just like write something very simple and it does stuff. To do that, it actually has to do a whole bunch of stuff behind the scenes, which you probably don't want to know about. But essentially, that's the kind of thing. I built Solid in a very different place. I keep on mentioning the startup at the time I was working on it. I was building an app that we had in production for like a decade, a very long time, and it kept on changing, and we need to keep modular. And I was always thinking about like what parts I could throw out. Like the consideration, you can tell even in our docs, which we've been working on, that it came from a place of like kind of like senior dev, kind of solving the problems that I cared about. And I think maybe that can appeal to the enterprise side more, because a lot of consideration went into those kind of maintenance considerations, and like how do we move forward. And I didn't actually focus on lowering the floor that much at first. We're now working on docs and making that story easier, but for me it was just like I built the thing that I wanted to use, kind of like yourself, where I was just like sitting there going, in my case, we're using Knockout. I'm like, the Knockout's really good, but like we need to modernize it. We need to make this easier for developers to learn. But I liked all the elements of how the developer story worked, and like the performance. And as I said, the developer story part was actually really important, because this maintainability, this composition, being able to kind of like find the reusable pieces, being able to keep things contained in their own zones and being able to throw them out and improve them, and basically be free to change my mind on how the technologies would work over time. And that's how I ended up there. So I think it's just like the different sort of mentality lends it that way, because part of it is the way I talk about it. I feel like Solid could probably be sold a bit like Vue if we change things a little bit, but that's like not where it came from. I built very much the thing that I wanted to use, so to speak.
Yeah, touche. Same with bringing Tanner back into the conversation. The exact same with his. All this stuff was what he wanted for himself, and then released it in open source as a secondary thing. And then that's kind of what's great about these inventions, is when it is a genuine need, you're often not the only one in the world that has that need, and therefore those needs are shared, and these libraries then become used.
There is a question here. So it was going, in terms of ecosystem, what other plugins are regularly used in AGGrid that Solid Community started building on? Like, does AGGrid have like plugin systems, extensibility, stuff like that? Or I'm not quite sure what the question is exactly.
I think that's more of a question for you guys, thinking, okay, you got AGGrid now on your stack. What other stuff do you need to get in there to get enterprises using Solid? It's my interpretation of that question.
Got you. Okay. So AGGrid itself is just so flexible and pluggable. Like you kind of like lend it back to the framework. Like as we saw, you just add a framework component. You don't need a plugin if you can just go, these are components that work well with AGGrid. Like you basically have like the tools that you need available to you. Because they said in terms of ecosystem, what other plugins are regularly used in AGGrid? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think we still.
Unless the person is talking about those cell renderers, like what can you put inside a cell, maybe? So calendars or date pickers. I mean, or maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way I took it too. Like, are there? Do you find that it's common, like say in React, for people to make like specialized components that go in those cell renderers, or like?
Oh yeah. Yeah, people customize the hell out of it. Well, when I say customize the hell, they put in buttons and business functions on those buttons.
Okay.
It's not like mad UI stuff, just business functions.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, a lot of use case dependent kind of stuff. Yeah. No, definitely interesting. We're probably wrapping up pretty close here with Niall in terms of time. If anyone has any more questions, let's just get them in the chat before we let him go. But yeah, for me, this has been, it's so cool to see this in action. And I love, as I said, you were able to just apparently very easily without even bugging us in the Discord, bugging myself, just kind of put this all together and then have really like a fairly like successful time. It did well comparably in the benchmarks. It seems to work really well. I was impressed by the demo. So, definitely kind of opened my eyes to the potential here for these kind of things. And I think as I said, having AGGrid on board, we will be a signal. I love signals to others in this ecosystem, about what they can do with Solid. Thank you so much for doing that.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for having me on. It's been great. Like, although you're excited to see it, I'm excited to show it off because it's new for us as well. I'm excited to see where it goes. If anybody wants to know more about AGGrid, just Google it. AGGrid.com is the website. If you want to get in touch with me, Twitter is probably the easiest one as well. If anybody's in London next month, I think Ryan is also the same. Both of us are speaking at Modern Front Ends Live. Which I think is the 17th, 18th in London. So yeah, me and the team and I of AGGrid will be there. One of the sponsors actually. I hope everybody that was listening found this useful. and good luck with your future AGGrid / SolidJS applications.
Thank you so much, Niall. Thank you for joining us today. The stream's going to continue on here, but we're going to let Niall go. That was awesome. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your evening.
Lovely. Thanks very much. Bye, everybody. Take care.
Bye. That was so awesome. I hope you all enjoyed that. I wasn't sure how far we'd get into it or how far we'd go on it because really quite cool stuff, right? This is a little different for us on stream. I usually don't spend as much time like focusing on a specific library. After doing this, I kind of going like, maybe I can get someone from Tanstack over here to talk about some of the different solutions and stuff that they've been working on too with solid integrations. We're seeing kind of a shift, where like we're getting considered for integrations very high up on the list. I think the similarities to React might be a catalyst, but also like from what we see, people are getting really good results by almost copying and pasting. I think that's incredible, and I hope to continue to see that grow. Yeah, can I get Tanner on? Is a question. Yeah, so people are talking about, the man is a wizard. Yeah. I mean, that's a cool thing when you have a product that you've been working on for a long time, and kind of being able to actually focus on it and make it good. I mean, you can accomplish incredible things, right? Like, right down to the cell level optimizations, because you care about that. That's your product. That's what you're looking at, and all your users care about that. And to be able to take that and then just go, and it's agnostic. We can just apply it everywhere. Like that's powerful stuff. Like it's crazy. Like we talk about a lot about like, reinventing the wheel. Like every time a new framework comes out, but like 2 weeks effort to get that output. I mean, that feels worth it. That's better to me than like say something like the promise of web components, for example, like that we're going to have this one solution that everyone can slot in, because now you have two frameworks. You might have hidden it, but you have two. This is a way to leverage the framework to its full potential. Obviously I haven't gone through Niall's code and nitpicked it line by line. But maybe that's a good exercise to do at one point, but it looks like it's working pretty good as is. So, I think we're like this is the great thing about having a community, having everyone involved and being able to share these things. It makes me so happy. Some mentioned it's kind of like learn adjacent content. I swap a little bit that in as well. As I said, there was something on Twitter where they were talking about like maybe I'll talk about this week in JavaScript about people accounts to follow and stuff, and people mention my videos, but everyone's like, beware, it is super advanced stuff, and I get it, but I'm not trying to be like necessarily like, obviously I care about advanced topics and that's what gets me interested, and we're going to go on a tangent into some advanced topics here in a minute as well probably, but like I think it's great to be able to look at this stuff and kind of scale that depth, look at like the product demo, see how cool something like AGGrid is, see how people use it, and then go, okay, well, how do you implement it and why? And I think those questions, I mean, Jason does get into it in a bit, but I love nerding out on even just like the code implementation and like, is template cloning faster than not? Like those are topics that are really interesting. And what, I guess those are super advanced topics. I can't even tell anymore. I'm so down that rabbit hole. So it's all good as long as, you can all come along with me on that journey. I'd like to see super tiny templating language within vanilla. Yeah, I mean, when does vanilla stop being vanilla? That's a question you got to ask, right? Because like it's always kind of going to in the sense you could look at something like lit and say it's a super tiny templating language. I've seen smaller ones than lit. But like, it's just a matter of like what level of abstraction you're comfortable with. Do you care about being declarative? Like I've pulled up libraries before. I don't know if like stuff really, really fast, like I'm stage 0 or whatnot, which aren't fully declarative, or Mikado. And like here, do you want an example? Let me just pull up my screen for a second. I have to add my screen to the stream. Like this is a framework where you put markers inside your template. So you just have this H function where you define a template, put markers in it, and then with this view you get back, it knows what those markers are, and then you can go, okay, this view, they called it root, but whatever. You basically can go view, oh, that's interesting, .collect view. Okay, I don't know about that part, but it basically pulls out the markers, so it's like reverse jQuery, and then you can just add interactivity to it. Like this is a very minimalist template engine. It's super small, super fast. But like, there's always going to be a cost of abstraction with what you choose to do. Sorry, and this probably isn't not big enough for people to see, but what people choose to do with vanilla JS, so to speak. So I think there's a choice there. So yeah, I mean, yeah, give me a second here, catch my breath. So anyway, yeah, what was I gonna? Let's get back to some of those questions in chat here before we move on. Got. I like how product oriented is. Yeah. I think AGGrid is really quite cool. Like when you have something with that much functionality, I think this is the biggest fear people have, right? That if you invest so much on it, then are you going to be stuck in a single framework? And there's clearly a path. As we said, AGGrid has showed this path. Tanner's headless approach, another one. But I actually like this all-in approach for this, especially specifically because like there is a customer for this, and the fact that now they can basically have this micro app and have it just switch and be like, okay, it was React yesterday, now it's Solid. Like they haven't lost anything. I mean, this is. I want to see more of this. I think this is like a textbook kind of scenario between this and TanStack of like two different approaches to accomplish this without getting lock-in. There's ways to to avoid lock-in with the frameworks that don't involve like trying to make a one size fits all, because that usually fails miserably. Yeah, grounded in real use cases. So you guys are all making the nice comments after Niall gets off the stream. What's up with that? Frameworks are commodity. Yeah. Oh, we forgot to ask about SSR. Maybe I'll follow up on that. I think there might be some interesting bits there, but yeah. Anyways, does node cloning overlap with SSR hydration implementation in Solid? Yeah. One of the cool things about node cloning is that now the template is separate from the reactive interaction, right? I mean, I can show this really quite easily. Let me open up a playground for Solid and share my screen again. Like this template doesn't have anything in it, but let's like add a div around here or something, you know. I don't know. I'm just adding stuff. Format. Let's add a span that says hello, and I'm going to give the span a title for no apparent reason other than because I can, and this puts something in here like hi. Okay. What node cloning does, if we look at the compiled output here in the playground, is if you look up here, there's this template, and all the element stuff is in here, right? And down here in our component, we have some reactivity setup code, which, no surprise, is the exact same as the reactive code that you wrote yourself. Didn't touch this. We only compiled the JSX. The JSX is just like clone this node, walk to a DOM element, add a click handler to it, and then insert this expression. This is basically a create effect call for the count. That's it. It's like create effect, add click handler, clone node. And because of this separation, if you look at the hydration compiled output, and I'm hoping this window resizes, maybe because I'm too far down. Okay, if I look at the client-side rendering with hydration, you can see that the clone node becomes get next element, and we pass the template. And all this little change does is it means that if we're hydrating, we don't clone the template. We just get those elements from the DOM, and then we do the same code. So basically, by splitting the paths, we've already kind of like, in theory, like if we knew that this was server rendered, we could do something like server only. And check this out. Now the template's gone. So if we knew that this was something that was only ever rendered on the server, we can just not, this is only ever going to run once. So it's only going to get hit during hydration, which means that essentially we can just erase the template. See, it's gone, template gone. And then we just go, get me the DOM elements that are already in the DOM because it's hydrating, walk to it, add the click handler, and then make sure that there's an effect that updates the count when it updates. That's all the code we need. So separating the clone nodes is actually very powerful from a hydration standpoint as well, because it essentially allows us to like separate the template so that we can literally just remove it from the output. I haven't automated this mechanism outside of stuff like partial hydration, but I think we could get like, with a little bit more static analysis and like some more bundler kind of stuff, maybe a type system or something kind of smart. If we had more cross module analysis and that with the bundling, we could definitely just even pull out this, for service render stuff, pull out the static nodes that are even dispersed within interactive components, because not everything that's interactive actually needs to ship the template. So clone node really aligns with hydration and server rendering. Anyway, little tangent, just in case you were interested. A crazy Trojan horse would be to build an agnostic component with using them in solid equals and then wrapping them for React. Yeah, I mean, and that's a very solid specific narrative, but I mean, you can already see that like there's a solid version of AGGrid, like solid end to end. So like we're kind of already there. Like, it's not a meaningful impact, but you could still be like, look, if you switch to solid, you get better performance. And I mean, to be fair, like this is more me marketing. Niall's never going to market it like that because he's obviously like has all the different frameworks and they all play nicely in different customers. But I could market it like that. So, like, yeah, I mean, because this is like native solid what you get out of it, which is really cool. How did I feel about the benchmarks? Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair. I think we could probably, creation is something where either the DOM is going to take a lot of the expense for some things, or like the end user code is. The framework itself usually very little if it's optimized. So I think, assuming the amount of detail that Niall put in, it's pretty optimized. Like Solid might be getting a few wins here on like minor nitpicky DOM things, but generally speaking, I think what you're seeing on the creation side, at least, is simply the fact that like DOM is expensive, right? Like it just, we can't escape from the physics of our grounding. The update performance was interesting. I mean, I'd love to like dig in, but I say that, but I really don't probably have much time to kind of understand, because if the style updates are happening directly as refs, I feel like maybe, like I expected us to get hit more on creation because of the reactive overhead than on the updates. So I think it's interesting. Like there's probably some theoretical zone where the updates on Solid could get much closer to vanilla, but it'd probably take like me maybe looking at it, or maybe Fabio looking at it, or someone to kind of get to that point. And honestly, that's not what's selling. Like the fact that it's so maintainable and easy to use, like the idiomatic code is that close to the performant code, like I'm not going to sweat it. But yeah, if you want my opinion or feeling, I'm just happy that you go on stream and you're just like, okay, it's live. What's going to happen? Everything went pretty well. So I'm pretty stoked on that. Yeah. Question about Esno. We talked about Esno a little while ago at the end of one of my This Weeks in JavaScript about 2 weeks ago. I think there's a lot of potential here. I think types might be a solution. I think we still have a lot of work to do, but I think the potential is really interesting, especially if it could inform localized compilation for frameworks. I think we can finally get out, like right now, there's like 3 choices. You have, and I probably put this in an Excalibur somewhere right? We could like, yeah, this is from a different stream. That's from a different stream. Let's just go in my ever-growing Scala draw. But I'm just spell it out just so people can write it. 3 choices here, right? Why is this green? Why can't it be? Okay. And you can basically go local only, compilation, but then it's like give up composition. You can invent syntax. I mean, I guess there's a few options. You can invent specific syntax and annotate boundaries, but it's kind of clunky, ugly, and I guess I should give examples of these. Svelte, what's this one? I guess Vue. You can invent specific syntax and how should I put it? Do this feels like I should have made a table, shouldn't have I? Do like this is I'm seeing actually multiple axes here now, and do global compilation. Yeah, this is just the wrong explanation, the wrong visual here. And I'm going to put Marco here. But this is really freaking complicated. Or you can maybe use a type system to inform local compilation. Actually, Marco's the only one that's doing global compilation. So really, the part that should be highlighted is the do global compilation. Now I need a good typed language. Esno, right? This is the way I look at it, because reactivity is hard to maintain. So yeah, this is sort of my summary here on what I think about this stuff and Esno, essentially, because there's been no really good way. Like for me, 1 is unacceptable, 2 isn't worth it. I don't care enough. 3 is so incredible, but I feel like you need a team of geniuses working on it for half a decade. And then 4, maybe there's a community here that'll take care of it for me, and then I can go back to basically just doing what I'm doing. So anyways, that's probably enough on Esno for now. Just reading some more comments. How's everyone doing? Solid got server components before React. We can talk about that in a minute. We didn't really get server components, but we can talk about it. Yeah, state management. I need Xvalue Pro. Yeah, I've been using it long enough, haven't I? No, I called Vue ugly. And to be fair, I'm not calling Vue ugly. Vue is actually has a lot. It's the ref sugar thing. I mean, everyone has their own aesthetic, but like dollar signs to annotate stuff and then double dollar signs, like, I mean, it's ugly from a clunkiness standpoint. I don't think it's necessarily ugly. Like it's just like now you have all these blocks where you're like wrapping things with dollar signs and double dollar signs and stuff. And I don't mean just annotating a name like we do with our XJS or what Quick does. I mean like actually making all these. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Should developers challenge JavaScript only frameworks? They can try, but I think I mean there's a conversation to be had here, like Phoenix Live View and whatnot. Like, I need to look at Live View and understand it better, but I think if you want my summary on this, and I actually wrote an article about this, is right now JavaScript is the best way to send less JavaScript. Like if you want to solve, we're in this weird thing where you either on one side of the hill you have frameworks where you're like, I've drawn this graph before, I don't do it again, but essentially you have frameworks that are written in other languages, and now you have like the two app thing where you're like going, okay, I'm going to write my business logic in language Java, and then I'm going to write, if it gets complicated enough, I'm going to need to write it in JavaScript. Now there's some ways around this, which is what I'm talking about, like stuff like live view or whatever, where the server is always the source of truth and it's always like needing a live connection. On the other side is if you want to write a single app that can work independently in the client, potentially, like can work offline, or can also, can transcend both sides. It needs to be JavaScript right now if you want to do it optimally, because we actually have to use the run on the server to inform the client on how to better hydrate and stuff. Obviously, there's different approaches. We had Corset, Matthew Phillips on last week talking about other approaches we can take to this. But generally speaking, I think JavaScript on the server, you can challenge it, but right now it's kind of just, it's how we get to keep our declarative UIs that we like. Should we? That's an interesting question. So I guess that's the angle I'd take if I was challenging it. But in general, like there's still a lot of room to grow here. So I think you're going to be met with kind of like, yeah, but we're doing all this cool stuff, which maybe I'll show off a bit later. Yeah, with anything, support's going to take a long time. So we'll just have to see how this all lands. This week in JavaScript, I'll get to it, but we got lots of time. It's only 2 o'clock. What I want to, I mean, I don't think I have enough time to go like too crazy on it, but I was thinking of actually implementing a solid style renderer in Preact from scratch. That could be kind of fun. I like building stuff. I don't actually know if it'll work, so maybe we should just like take a deeper look at Preact signals for a bit if people are into it, and kind of like look at like what they offer and see if it's even possible. I suggested this on Twitter, and people are like, I don't think you can do it. And I'm like, well, I've done MobX with a solid like renderer. I've done Vue. I've done Knockout. I've even done RxJS with a solid like renderer. So, and they're all super performant, like JS Framework Benchmark. I don't know. Do I ever show this off? I can't remember, but like, this is sometimes kind of fun, right? Because everyone knows how I'm skeptical of framework agnostic libraries, right? But I built one with DOM expressions, so it lets you switch what reactive library you have. And I actually, even though the RxJS one isn't here, we have Vue, and let's put Vue proper in, and we have React MobX, and let's put MobX JSX in, and then we have Knockout. What do I want? I want Knockout KKKKK. They changed the alphabetical, which in a more logical way, but also probably not logical for me because I'm used to it the other way. And where is it? Let's throw solid in there, and always vanilla for good score. Okay, there we go. This is a really basic demo example, but it shows where I've taken a solid-like renderer with the reactivity from a third-party library, and it shows how it usually works with the framework of choice. And I was thinking it may be nice to add Preact to this list. So essentially, yeah, it's funny. I got to scroll up, see where everyone is. Okay, yeah. So essentially, look, solid is here. It's very fast. Everyone in the stream knows that. Vue RxJSX, which is Vue's reactivity ran through DOM expression, my library, to do a very solid render, is actually only a small point behind it, tied with Knockout. This is freaking Knockout JS from 2010, and then MobX with its proxies is just a tiny bit behind that. But if you compare these, and maybe I'll blow this up a little bit so people can see better, with the native one, you'll see Vue is here, right? So this is maybe Vue Vapor will land here. This is what happens when you take Vue and you remove the virtual DOM, or MobX and you remove the virtual DOM. That's a pretty significant jump. And look at Knockout. Knockout doesn't even have the virtual DOM, but it was doing some 2010 stuff here, and it's way over on this side, and it's tied with Vue. So it's like Knockout's problem was never its reactivity; it was just that it's like DOM templating wasn't amazing, right? So like if you actually look, Knockout's reactivity, like for partial updates, is still like, this is why I stayed with reactive programming. It was at 110 here. It is toasting the VDOM libraries. Like if you want to update one style on your page, like again, this is within scale, but like you could always make a benchmark with 100 things on the page that you need to update the one style for, and Knockout would still be fast, right? Stuff like optimizing switch rows, things that React doesn't care about, But what killed Knockout is this. Abysmal. And creation. This is what I was really scared of when Niall showed his benchmarks, so that we'd see a bit of this happening again, because obviously I hand optimized this, but this is the scary part with reactivity. See this memory? Even with Solid's renderer, we couldn't completely cap it, but we over half the memory from Knockout. React MobX to here, again, you can see the memory for reactive libraries has a hefty cost. Obviously Solid does a pretty good job here, but if I was to take something like, let's just take React, or let's just take typical React hooks. Yeah, let's just add that to our list. What you're going to see, actually, maybe this isn't that impressive, but I mean, reactivity adds a nice little chunk on top of React. It looks like Vue is already reasonably optimized. My point is, if I add like actual performant VDOMs, like one more, like Inferno, like Block DOM, what you're going to see is that their memory usage is slightly nicer. I mean, Solid gets pretty close here, actually, but actually, these days in Chrome, it looks like Solid's pretty good. Okay, never mind. Solid's great. Sorry. Please don't take my JSX away. Ryan's family's going to singly handle sushi sales. Yeah, I'm hoping it's sushi. I was away last week. But yeah, I think it's sushi this week. Do all frameworks like Glue DOM support nested effects? Not directly, necessarily. I mean, they don't not support it. I needed to do some wiring myself. So maybe, but like, they technically worked. I just need them, like, I have to base the work to take a reactive library and make it into Solid like library. I think that might be interesting on stream. We'll see how much time we want to go. But it has to at least work nested. So maybe we'll like throw Preact signals in a playground or something. We can play with it. Do you have any predictions or line up in the benchmark? Preact Forget I don't think is about performance at all. It's like just like making it less insufferable. Like they'll make performance improvements, but I imagine like it's not like it's going to suddenly catch up to Svelte or something. Like I don't expect very much from them. Like I guess Svelte would be like maybe the max point. So let's pretend. Let's bring Svelte into our set of frameworks here. And if we bring Svelte in, Svelte's sitting at 128, okay? And let's bring Preact in just to kind of see where we're at. Preact should be a little slower. Okay, sweet. So Preact is about 143. My hunch is if React Forget does a really good job, yeah, you know what? Yeah, like split the difference. In this benchmark, they might be able to get to about where Preact is. I think that's probably best case. I'm just going off my hunch. I'm not always right. I was right about Preact signals, but my gut feels, which is still huge, because if React gets to Preact's level of performance or thereabouts, that could make an impact, but I think it's mostly an ergonomics thing. I'm thinking best case. It might not even get there, so to speak, because, yeah, I mean, because they're not changing the underlying engine, right? So, like, what's the fastest stuff we've seen people do? What was it? Legend. Where's it? React Legend state. Is it in here? React. I thought it was merged. Huh. I wonder if they just posted their stuff without merging it. That's too bad. Is it down here? React. There's a big thing about reactivity. And yeah, okay, legend state's here, but okay, so it's L. Where is it? L, M, 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 M. It's not here. So there's the key. They didn't post the keyed implementation. I wonder why. Yeah, sorry, I can't talk about it then. If it's not keyed, it's really not really worth looking at. Huh. Okay, that's too bad. Okay, never mind. Essentially, all I was getting at is that I don't expect React Forget to be huge on that point. I wouldn't be surprised if they get like some improvements though. I haven't looked, but everyone that I've talked to, it's the same thing. Even like the guys over at Builder, they're just like, service workers are not viable for the actual UI rendering. That's at least not the serialization costs. I was talking to Dom from Inferno about it, and they did experiments at Facebook before they went to Fiber with web workers, and obviously guys at Mitosis, their service web worker, at Builder, with Quick and Partytown are like web service worker ninjas, and they still are like, no, this is not where things are. I know people keep on looking for this like secret, like performance unlocked. WASM's the other one. I'm sorry to inform you, that's not the case, or anytime soon. That's not the case. We have what we have. If you saw the benchmark from Fireship, it's this. It's this benchmark, probably, right? Vanilla is the fastest, and then Solid's right there. But look, Block DOM, VDOM, basically neck and neck with Solid. So it's not just a pure technology thing. Yeah, they've removed some features. It's kind of interesting because this benchmark shows how Preact is faster than React, but in actual other benchmarks I've seen where Preact isn't as fast as React or very comparable. So it's interesting that like there's different aspects of the reconciler that I think React does better, but probably are much, 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 much larger to do. So it's like not worth it for a lot of cases. But yeah, I mean, Preact doesn't have concurrent road or fiber or all that, but React didn't have those before either. I think most of the size differences, if you look at React on npm, I hate using bundle phobia. I'd rather use something else. But if I look here and I find React, you're going to find that React is like 3 kilobytes or something. Okay, 2.5 kilobytes. So this is not where the cost is of React. It's actually React DOM, and React DOM is 42 kilobytes at this point. So most of the features that Preact shaves are going to be like weird legacy React compat kind of stuff that isn't just using the underlying platform, and some some other stuff. I just want to kind of point out that like React and Preact actually aren't that different in size, except for when you actually consider where like the heavy implementation working lifting, where Preact keeps closer to the platform. What makes workers slow is the serialization format of moving the information back and forth between the two. It just, I was talking to Adam. I actually met up with Adam from Stencil and from the creator of Partytown, and he's like best case, it's like 5 milliseconds or like maybe 3 milliseconds, like that communication. Like the overhead of doing that communication just will never make it. Well, maybe not never, but like the way things are today is just not going to make it. He's like, we thought about like putting the full VDOM. People have actually taken Partytown and tried to put like React in Partytown and stuff like that. And it's just like, and then be like, why is this so slow? It's just, this is just not, it's not going to make it. It's like, we thought about like putting the full VDOM. People have actually taken Partytown and tried to put like React in Partytown and stuff like that. And it's just like, and then be like, why is this so slow? It's just, it's this is just not, it's just not going to make it. It's like, we thought about like putting the full VDOM. People have actually taken Partytown and tried to put like React in Partytown and stuff like that. And it's just like, and then be like, why is this so slow? It's just, it's this is just not, Yeah, I mean, you could offload expensive computations, but those computations have to be worth offloading, as in they have to, like, you have to be like, I'm willing to wait 3 to 5 milliseconds to, you know, for them to do their thing. And in doing so, your framework has to be async as well to support these things coming in. And don't get me wrong, concurrent rendering has those same kind of constraints in terms of need for async. But it just, yeah. I mean, I'm not the expert on this. I'm just feeding back what I've heard from talking to them. Oh yeah, HyperApp. You want me to put HyperApp in here? HyperApp is very small, and it has good performance. I remember this. It kind of disappeared the last couple years because I think version 2 didn't meet as much fanfare. But HyperApp has good performance. It comes in above Vue. It's actually, I always like this one because it's basically like a VDOM-ish kind of thing. I consider VDOM, but it basically slides in here right ahead of Svelte and Vue. And look, actually the memory profile actually isn't any better than Solid. It's actually worse, but its code size is just insane. 144.7. That's smaller than Svelte's 146.2, and obviously Solid's about 149. This is all in, but yeah, really, really small for small demos. And I think HyperAct scales better than Svelte, so yeah, if you want something small, that's a good example. Bundle phobia is fine. It just doesn't show you tree shaking. That's why I'm critical of it at times, because there's a great thing called bundlejs.com, I think. I know because it's written, I think, Astro and Solid. But like, it will tell you, like, here's the thing. Yeah, let's just do this for a second. This is worth talking about. How big SolidJS? Do you guys know how big SolidJS is? Ooh, 7.3 kilobytes. Let's put on some weight. You right? And like, the thing is, like, this doesn't even show all of SolidJS that we package. This doesn't show stores. It doesn't show our web. This is literally just this. And Svelte does the same thing too. If you go to Bundlephobia and put in like Svelte, what you're gonna find is this 1.7 kilobytes. But this doesn't include motion or any of the other like sub packages on the main thing, or internal or any of that. So I just wanted to kind of show that what you see in Bundlephobia is only the main export. The second thing is, yeah, this is 7.3 kilobytes. But how is it then that I've shown like to do MVCs that are smaller than 7 kilobytes, right? React's tree shaking is garbage or non-existent to my knowledge, so you do always get the 40 in. But like, what I love about something like Bundle is you can go like, okay, let's pick a package. Let's say SolidJS. Okay, let's add it. Sweet. And right now I'm exporting star, but let's say I only want to export create signal, create memo, and create effect. Okay, let's build this. There we go. Our bundle size is 1.09 kilobytes, or half a kilobyte gzipped. So, like, this comes up a lot because people kind of come in and they're like, okay, well, let's forget about Svelte for a minute. Let's look at Preact, right? Preact. 4 kilobytes. This is much smaller than 7 kilobytes. But the reality is when you build most apps, small demo apps, Preact scales actually really well. I've shown that in a different comparison. But when you build like small demo apps, usually Solid is actually slightly smaller because like the core library is actually smaller. So you shouldn't really rely on this because you don't like the core library size doesn't matter that much, like whether it's 4 kilobytes or 5 kilobytes or whatever. But something like bundlejs.com lets you actually see the cost of the code that you run, which is why I like Bundlephobia is like, it's misleading. Like, because people are like, oh, Preact's half the size of Solid, and it's like, not really. Not in practice. Does the benchmark care about bundle size? Yeah, I mean, it affects the startup metrics thing. It's probably the biggest decider. Did Preact in here? 154. So yeah, in this example, all in, for some reason, Preact is 5 kilobytes bigger than the Solid implementation. These aren't gzip numbers, I think, but these are just minified. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to, yeah, I mean, again, this is a silly demo. Bundle size of the main library only matters within the percentage of your target output. So if your goal was like Taylor and you needed to get 20 kilobytes, then 4 kilobytes matters versus 40 for React. But otherwise, like, once you get past a certain point, it's not like the size of the runtime isn't going to matter that much. Okay, yeah, I'm just catching up on the comments. People talking about ways to get more out of stuff, especially with the whole WASM thing and the web workers. Yeah, it does, but like, it's not. I don't know. Like, do we have here? Oh, export analysis error. Let's try another one. No, this one's not ESM. Okay, Preact. This one does do ESM though. Yeah, this has been my experience. Sometimes I'll find libraries that have it, but then everything will be like 100%. I haven't found it very useful, and I can't make any comparisons because, yeah, I don't know. Mithril's the weirdest ever. Mithril's kind of cool. It's for people who really, really dislike templating languages. Mithril has a lot of, there's elements of Mithril that I really liked in design, and sorry, we're kind of tangenting a bit, but Mithril really had that idea of like function, component, and closure for state way back. That's why I think when with Solid on Twitter, we did the parentheses as like our one word meme thing when that was going around. Mithril basically quote tweeted us yeah, we were the originals on that. So I mean, Mithril is interesting. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. Obviously, I showed you that Preact includes both like the DOM part and not, which is why the difference. But yeah, this is the problem. Someone goes to bundlephobia and like they see the complete wrong stuff. No, ESM will get you there most of the way. Solid does some really, really clever stuff, like where we can like use dead code elimination in combination with tree shaking to actually like, if you don't use concurrent features, they actually get plucked out of the code. I haven't shown this in a while, but it's really quite cool. Like Rollup is, and some other bundlers, but mostly Rollup is so smart that it can like pluck out code right in the middle of your code because it realizes that a certain branch will never be missed. Solid is heavily optimized for tree shaking. Yeah, Preact they haven't updated that. They've been the 4 kilobyte alternative since Preact 10. I don't know why they say 3 kilobyte, but they've been the 4 kilobyte. They're vigilant. It never gets over 4. I got to say Preact guys are the most vigilant. Also Preact guy, Goober, the style library is Solid. Like they are vigilant. They make sure that like they never slide that thing. As I said, Solid is up to 7.3. When we did the original release, I think it was 7.0. Like we got 0.3 kilobytes, but like Preact will not let that happen. So. But yes, I think at this point it should say the 4 kilobyte alternative because this also doesn't include signals or hooks. And what I found when I was doing a comparison for size, class components are generally larger, so like you have more benefit to use signals or hooks to get smaller implementations. So like it's actually the 4.5 kilobyte alternative to React. But I mean, I don't know. It should be at least 4, not 3. But I mean, we're squibbling over half a kilobyte here. Like, who cares? How are we doing, chat? Let's size wars commence. Well, if you want to see size war, I put a pretty cool demo that I'm going to talk about in This Week in JavaScript. Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is, I benchmarked it, and the signal edition, as I said, like whether you add hooks or signals, it's about the same edition. So like it's the hooks version and the signals version of Preact are almost identical in size. So it's kind of like potato, pick which one you want to work with. Yeah, I mean, I don't know yet. We'll see. Just the size on that part depends. We'll have to look at the reactivity implementation. In some ways, we've been simplifying the reactivity implementation, but yeah, I think we're gonna hit an inflection point a little bit. But I am conscious of size at least, right? Like, I do want to point that out because, like, there are frameworks that talk a lot about size, and then aren't actually as small as you'd think. Like, I actually went through and updated all my Hacker News demos this past week. And I was surprised at what I saw in terms of size of some of the frameworks that I thought would be really small. Yeah, there's motivation. Exactly. This is how you stay slim. Incentivize the community. This is a complicated question. The answer to this, the simple answer is it renders once. My talks that I've been giving recently, not the one that's coming up at VConf, but the one that I gave in Finland and the one that I'm going to be giving at Front End Live, really dig into this, and because I actually show how you don't need to React Forget to get better performance. Essentially, that's the whole talk. So yeah, I mean the answer is if you render once, you don't need all this stuff generally. Okay, so people are just challenging logos. Okay, let's see here. Actually, can I? Again, we shouldn't trust here, but I want to know. Is it like this? Yeah, Preact signals. Interesting. So went up 0.5 kilobyte for performance. 1.1 is much more performant than what they were doing before. Like big jump. So yeah. So there you go. Bundlephobia told us all. And it's still not analyzing. Oh, signals core. Okay, let's get even smaller. Signals core. There we go. 1.5 kilobyte reactive library. That's pretty good. Yeah. What else? What they have? They have computed signal memo effect. What else do we have? Batch. Let's build. 1.13. Yeah. Anyway. There's these tools are only so valuable, but I'm actually interested in Preact signals. I want to look at them a bit more because I want to know if we have the potential. We might not build it today because we might not have time, but I want to actually look at this. I've talked about them high level before because I talked about the capabilities, and talked about this release announcement, but I'm actually interested in what features they have because most libraries that do reactivity aren't actually suitable for Solid's renderer, and the ones that some are close. MobX was actually surprisingly really flexible and handled things well. There's like situations which I need, which most React libraries just break on, but I want to, like, ignoring even that, I want to know what I have to work with. Okay, so we have signal, great. We have blah blah blah. We have. What else do we have? Deriving state, computed signals. Okay, so we have our memos computed, so that's fine. Do they notify always? This might be something we have to check. Okay, so let me pull up a Scala. What do we need as requirements to understand for, let's see here, we're going to Preact, no VDOM. What do we need here? So make a mental note. Check if computeds always notify. Okay. We might need something complicated if that's the case. Okay, what else do we need? All right. Updates into one. They have a batch. That's good. They have batch. That's good. Signal, computed, effect, batch. So just the 4 APIs. Okay. So other thing we want to check. Check if we can, in fact, nest effects. Okay. 3. Yeah, they have no untrack API. It looks like that's actually really awkward. Untrack. Sample. Let's see. Maybe they'll mention peak. Okay. What do they have for peak? Read signals without subscribing to them. On rare occasion, you will need to write signals. Not that rare. Sorry. But when you read on the signals, you peak. Get the signal's current value with subscribing. Okay, so they have it on it. Yeah, I mean, it's about as rare as, I suppose, not including your depths in your dependency array in React. But if you think about it, every on mount is that. So it's like kind of rare, except for in certain cases where it's just like super common. Okay, I don't think I can do anything about that. We'll just have to like YOLO it, and then like if it, we have to be very careful not to cause stuff to track. Where it's much easier. I don't think it's worth patching their prototype to get on track. Like we could make it so that like every signal calls peak under the hood instead. But yeah, okay. Okay, so another note. Can we do this without untrack? I actually had to do some fancy stuff in Vue because Evan was pretty against adding untrack, but he had a way of going stop and resume reactivity, like a low-level primitive. And because he exposed it, I was able to make untrack myself when I made the Vue version. Okay. Okay, so that's not bad. Okay. Okay, can we do this without untrack? I think that's the top level stuff. I'm glad they have batch. That's useful. Because ideally, as I said, I've made JS Framework benchmark implementations for all of these, and it'd be interesting to see if what Preact would, like what Solid would look like if Preact was at its core. It might not be possible. I mean, I already imagine there's some scenarios that wouldn't work, but okay, with this, armed with this, let's make a few tests. What do I want to use? I've been getting really into StackBlitz because of the ability to go in and like edit the node modules. It's like really cool. But for now, I'm going to use Code Sandbox because I can make vanilla templates. I just know how to make vanilla templates easier. I'm more familiar with it. Except like right now, I'm not going to figure it out. Vanilla. Okay. So testing Preact signals. Okay, so what do we want to do here? We want to add Preact signals core, and let's do something simple, like what's our simplest thing? Import signal from Preact signal core. It is interesting. We probably should look at the source code for Preact signal core just in case it has more stuff than they're documenting. This might actually make a difference for us. Core GitHub, because sometimes the site I was using was bundlejs.com. Sorry, I didn't make an HTTP link. Let's see here. Is this the core? Is this like a... It says build core, so the core is in here as packages. Okay, it's a mono repo. Core, got you. Okay. Source, index. I love this when reactive implementations still fit in like a single file. Okay. Signal, read-only signal, those are types. So essentially signal computed effect batch. No, this is all we got. Okay, so not much leeway. We could patch it if I really wanted to, but that's not, I don't think it, I think as long as we can do a couple of these other things, it'll be worth it. Let's do something. Let's go const count equals signal 0, and then let's do something like effect console.log signal.value, and then we, or sorry, count.value, and then we just, what do we do here? We'll just set interval count.value plus every second or something. Let me put in the console. Okay, good. Okay, so we're up and running. 0, 1, 2. Okay. All right. Hopefully some of you still with me. Okay. So first thing we have here is that we have a working environment. Okay. So what did I want to check? I wanted to check if computers always notify. Okay. So yeah, let's see here. Let's add a computed in the middle that what's the best way to do it? Because I want it to be something that I don't want modulo because I'll swap back and forth. I want like I'm like blanking right now. I just want, I mean, I could literally just do something like signal.value comma 5 and then go const unchanging equals that, and then put this in here and then refresh this. Oh, I think that answers my question, but I didn't do it right. So it runs 1s and 5. Okay, sweet. So no, okay, that's for the primitive value. Let's do something like, let's see if the same is true of, I'm gonna make a constant object, not one that changes every time, but let's just make a constant object. Let's make this an object. Also, okay, an array. Curiosity if it treats it any differently. No. Sweet. So by default, computeds do not notify on change. So, or on no change. Like obviously if I change this to like something that changes every time, it's going to do it. But, oh, interesting. It didn't. Oh, damn it. I somehow got an old version where I wasn't listening to count. Sorry, let's try that again. Okay, 5 is fine, doesn't do it. Object is fine, doesn't do it. Okay, all right, so, and if I put something inline, it obviously will do it. Okay, cool. So question 1 is answered. Yes, they do. Or no, they don't. Which is good. This is a quality we want. Okay. Check if we can nest effects. Okay. Let's see if we can do that. Where are we again? Okay, so the best way to do this is to have 2 signals. Count 2. And put 10 in here. And then what we'll do is in our effect, we're going to console log count dot value. And then we're going to create another effect. Oh, actually, no, count to dot value. Let's do this. And create another effect where we console log count dot value. Okay. Okay. So internal effect is running, which is good. Okay. Okay. So now we gotta make this a little bit more interesting. We gotta go outer, inner. Okay. That should just be updating the inner. Okay. Good. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go let dispose equal nothing right now. Okay. And then we're going to go we're just going to go dispose equals effect. I think they have a dispose function, and we can do something like if dispose, then dispose, I think. And then if we do this, we should be able to, actually, I'm going to move this up right to the top of the function. We should be able to set a different interval here for value to maybe 3 seconds, and not all hell will break loose. Okay. I think this has the qualities we need. Like I'm nesting effects here, and as you can see, like every 3, it runs an outer inner. It's like an outer cos of inner kind of scenario. So you'll get like a double inner on the same thing. You'll see like inner 30, outer 20, inner 30. But essentially this is good because like if you want to see what it looks like when it's not good, is just comment out this dispose function. And then stuff should get out of hand before long. Yeah, see how every inner now is like multiple? Like it's got the like 3 or number beside it. Maybe I'm not quite big enough here. But yeah, okay. So yeah, so if disposals handled properly, then we can nest effects in Preact signals. Yeah. I mean, okay. So the question is, how do we do top level dispose? Because it registers itself. I mean, yeah. I think I can work with this. I love how you all are conferring with my wife to make sure that I make it to dinner. Thank you. All right. But what I'm getting at is, I think to answer our questions is, can we nest effects? Yes, we can. Okay, so I think we have what we need here, actually. That's good. Now, the question is, how much time do we have to actually try to whip this up? Because, yeah, I'm still thinking about this week in JavaScript. This might be just like a fun topic in itself, but just to kind of show everyone what I've done here before is like, I actually updated these all yesterday because I was like thinking about this, and I was like, well, what does it look like? And I think Vue and I think Vue and Preact look really similar. And what does a library that does this get? Well, if you use DOM expressions and you set it up the way that I do, you not only get a JSX transform, but it also works with HTML and Hyperscript the same way Solid does. So the SSR stuff, generally, I haven't implemented for these other frameworks, but in theory, you could do everything Solid could do on the rendering side. But the key to it is I have these things from DOM expressions that I kind of bring in, and then like the wrappers to create the H in HTML, but and then the types from JSX, but 90% of the work goes in this one 300 or 400 line file. So if I can write this file in Preact, then we're good. And what I have to define for this file is I need to create untrack, which I guess we're not going to have. So I'm hoping, see Vue, I had to do some fun stuff. I need to create root. I need to create a cleanup function. I need to create my own custom version of effects that are self-cleaning. Usually a custom version of memo, but in this case, I don't need to do this because Preact already does this properly for us. If I want to do the JS framework benchmark, I have to make my own version of create selector. And then I added lazy for fun and context. Why not? Split props, all the fun stuff. But I also need to make a version of map that does memoized mapping to make sure, it's like Solid's for control flow, essentially. But again, you can see even in here, I rely on untrack. I use untrack a lot. So I think there's a potential that everything implodes on us if we don't handle this properly, is sort of what the thinking is. See me with those TS generics? Yeah, I don't even know if I'm doing this stuff right, honestly. But, okay. I'm trying to think, because this will be a bit of a task to do. I mean, I could almost copy and paste this and almost have it work, but then I need a setup to actually test it without publishing it. I could use something like Code Sandbox because we could basically export the runtime. But yes, this doesn't seem like a quick exercise. It is not super quick, but it isn't super long. But it's probably more than I have time to do in like half an hour. This I think I could do this in like an hour or so. And I think that, but then I'd want to benchmark it and stuff. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I think this probably needs its own attention. Fair enough. You all are correct. We did do the research we need, though. The answer to our questions is, other than untrack, it does seem that Preact could be a good candidate for this. As you can see, it doesn't actually take a ton of work. I mean, I know what I'm looking for exactly, but to get self-disposing effects takes a little bit of fun. I have to introduce my own root disposal thing. And yeah, that's a topic on its own. Okay, so maybe not doing this right now. Fair enough. But we're set up for next time. Was there something else I wanted to look at? I mean, I could talk a whole bunch about proxies, but I think I'm going to do a Solid specific stream coming up. Solid 1.6 is actually closer than you all realize. There's two really big features that I wanted to get into Solid 1.6, and I basically have the prototype or like the basic version of them done, and I need to test it more, and I need to write docs for Solid Start. But the two big headlines for 1.6 are going to be fixed spreads for native elements. I'm finally consolidating that so that we don't get any weirdness on there, which is actually really complicated and an exercise in understanding proxies. And then the other aspect is better support for partial hydration. Nikhil made a demo that I showed off on stream a little while ago but I was able to look at it from a solid core perspective and actually basically get the Astro like functionality where it does proper partial serialization, doesn't ship stuff unneeded. So now the demo, as I shared on Twitter, and we'll talk about it in a bit during this week in JavaScript, actually is fully functional. Like, I mean, there's some interesting gotchas around the routing we're still working on, but essentially it is like the at least the hydration partial islands thing is equivalent to a lot of solutions out there. So I'm going to basically consider 1.6 like our partial hydration release when we officially support partial hydration. The two big things is both the ability to save the serialization, and I also created a mechanism so that we can pass context, so that nested islands can talk to each other through context, which is something that some of the other islands frameworks don't do because they're not specialized. But with this mechanism, I can go to Astro, and then we could probably get the same feature in Astro. This came up because of a conversation with Dan Abramoff, who was talking about the shared tree, and I was like, oh yeah, it's like a shared tree. But then we realized what he meant was like, how do one part of React talk to another part of React? And I realized that was really easy to do. I'd already done this for web components with Solid, but we haven't really implemented in any of the islands, and Astro hasn't either. So I think it might be a really cool demo. But yeah, we'll look at that like when we dig into Solid 1.6, which, let's see here. I'm around next week, so I'll be doing a stream on the 21st. I'm around. Yeah, I might actually be, the way the conferences fall, I might be around all of this month. So later in this month, we'll do 1.61. I would love to talk to someone from TanStack. I got to figure out, I could get Tanner on, but I feel like, well, that would be an amazing stream. I'm not sure if we get into I wonder if we get into the details enough. Like I might want to reach out to the team who actually worked on Solid Query, specifically, and see if I can get someone from there to chat me on the really specific details. I think another interesting one is XState. Our XState integration has been going on for like 6 months, but it's, as I said, it's crazy. Like this is like maybe it's the first fine grained state machine, and I think that would be incredible to kind of go through. So anyway, I'm just rambling stuff right now. So let's get ready for this week in JavaScript. I'll close this stuff down, but I'm very happy that Preact could be a potential candidate for a solid like renderer. So we can see the fastest we could make Preact signals go, because I think that'd be really cool to kind of be able to add it to a chart like this and see how fast Preact is without Preact, kind of similar how fast Vue is without Vue and whatnot. So really cool. Okay, let's get that set up. Yeah. God, my notifications are off the hook here. Sorry. Just give me 2 seconds here. Maybe I should set this off screen, but someone was mentioning that Axios 1.0 was released, and it didn't even cross my radar. So apologize to anyone involved with that. Yeah, we talked a lot about Quick last week, if I remember now. And this week we really want to talk about another new framework, Solid, which will come up. Yeah, like the fetch library. Apparently it just hit 1.0. Someone mentioned earlier in the chat. But I mean, I guess that would be news, wouldn't it? Like, I mean, someone could be just pulling my leg here. 3 days ago, Axios releases 1.0. There you go. Yeah, so this is legit. I have no comments about this. I don't even think I've ever used this library. I mean, I know what it is. I've used competitors. Yeah, I don't think I can give enough on this week in JavaScript. But yeah, people are saying it was like abandoned and then new. Is there an article? Bunch of TypeScript stuff, stack traces. Huh. A lot of people involved. I wonder, like, if it'd been sitting like that for a long time. And then finally it was like, okay, it's release time. Well, I mean, we can confirm that, right? Unless this is the beginning of the changelog. It is. That's funny. Okay. October 4th. Let's do some detective work. Okay, well, I mean, it does look like it's been regularly getting a stream of commits. So they've been planning this. Yeah, okay. Because that's event source or something else. Yeah, I don't know. Do they do releases? Sometimes on GitHub you... Okay, here we go. I wonder why they added a change log for this one when it's all in the release notes. Okay, so the 1.0 alpha was May 31st. So this has been like months in the planning. And then, okay, yeah. So this has just been trucking along. They just decided it was 1.0 time. Good for them. Okay. It looks like they're doing releases like all up to that. Yeah, I mean, we are where we are, right? Fetch and stuff, and the consolidation on the request response model and stuff. Anyway, but yeah, good for them. Exactly. Okay, so okay, let's do that. Let's do this. That. Start there. Second bookmarks. Okay, start there, and then let's see. Is there anything happening in Solid this week? I can't remember. It was Montreal was big. David did an amazing job presenting Solid to people at the meetup, but let's see. All right, I'm like, I usually use my link to get to Solid, but I changed my description. I don't know if anyone gets the joke. I feel like I'm too much of a Twitter nerd for people to actually notice what my joke is here. I mean, people have been talking enough about reactivity, but it's actually a throwback to one of Dan Abramoff's profiles that he actually had up for I think over a year, around the time I joined Twitter. Yeah, David. Yeah, I don't know. Native script. I actually don't have a ton on Solid this week. Maybe I'll just start there. Okay, cool. Let's full screen that. Get ready for this week in JavaScript. Yeah, you got the Dan Abramoff reference? No, you didn't. For a while there, he was like, I didn't create React, him. It was the kind of joke because everyone, I guess people attributed that he was the creator of React when he was not. So yeah, let's get everything set up here. And actually, I'm going to switch to this view. And kind of kicking myself because I missed on YouTube. You can clip a stream for up to a week, and I thought that this morning I'd be able to clip last week's to this week in JavaScript. I've been kind of clipping them and hoping maybe that I'll like publish them at some point, separate videos. But I missed this week, and hell if I'm going to download the whole thing and edit it and re-upload it again. That seems like more than I'm going to do. So, yeah. I do have that in my list for Solid. I guess we can start there. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're good. All right. Let me have a swig of water before we get started. All right. I actually love this. I think I talked about this last week, though. All right. Let's talk about this week in JavaScript. The past week was a lot of talk about signals, both from Preact, from Quick, everyone talking signals. And this week, it's died down a little bit, but that is definitely where things would start. But before that, I'm going to quickly go through a few highlights of the week from Solid perspective. Obviously, the stream we saw AGGrid up close, and that was released this week. AGGrid support for Solid, which is incredible functionality. You should check out the rest of the stream if you haven't, to get a good idea of what you can do with it. Other things I saw were really cool was Solid working completely on native script. Basically, they have this library that kind of, I guess, I wouldn't say emulates a DOM exactly, but called Dominative. And in this example here, we're actually like running Solid on top of it, like Solid DOM basically. I think they might actually be using a universal renderer now that I actually saw that, but essentially, and people always ask for like a Solid mobile. Hopefully this boots up, but if I'm looking here, yeah, this looks like it's there you go. I mean, I guess you got to do this stuff on the devices, so I can't do this, but you can actually see that this is using the universal renderer I'm gathering from Solid, because these are lowercase tags. So yeah, no, this looks like fun. Using native script with Solid. Native for Solid is real, so that is very cool. All right. What else was pretty cool here? There's a few things. I saw this one, Papanazi, and I want to highlight this one because while this isn't Solid specific, they did something really cool. They built a component library for 6 frameworks, or I guess 5 frameworks plus web components, all at the same time. And the way they did this was mitosis. So essentially, he authored the components once, and now he has a library that works in Angular, React, Solid, Svelte, Vue, or with web components. This is kind of an interesting story because it's kind of the opposite of what we were covering earlier when we were talking about TanStack and talking about AGGrid's ability to have these agnostic cores. This is like, what if we could compile to whatever you want, like whatever target you wanted? I think it's interesting because, in a sense, being able to give something specific to the framework is going to be more optimal for that framework. But on the other hand, tying it to a common language like mitosis might have interesting constraints on what you can express from the framework perspective, right? So there's an interesting tension there. Like, I don't know like how efficient you can make stuff with Solid, for example, through mitosis. Although I was been working a lot with Sammy this week, looking at how we could get stores and performance in mitosis. So it is an interesting conversation when you think about the different kind of affordances or ways the DX works that are still different between different frameworks and actually have impact. You know, he was mentioning how he was having a very hard time with Solid compared to the others because the others he'd just be in like React mode and just like be like, you know, maybe we'll talk about that a bit more later. But in any case, this is might be the first component library of its kind that we've seen that where it's a single code base that outputs 6 different libraries. That's incredible. Almost kind of want to play with it to get an idea of what's possible with this sort of thing. But you know, typical components site where it shows, you know, how customization works. It shows how to use it in all the different frameworks. Yeah, I mean, this is a really cool thing that mitosis enables, and I'm glad to see someone has actually gone through the effort to actually make it work. It's like the antithesis of web components. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. And everything that we're looking at is like the antithesis of web components. It seems like it's interesting. We'll see how that kind of plays out. But yeah, if we're creating all these headless and specific implementations, but doing it in a way that they're reusable and generic without web components. It's interesting. I think web components have its role, but I think there's like a balance to be had here. So yeah, very interesting. And I think we'll see more of this. I don't know how efficient that is, but the thing is, do we care? If someone goes, I've made Material UI in mitosis, or like, there's a few libraries people keep on bugging me about, like Mandrake or something. I don't know what it's called. Then like maybe like, yeah, I don't know. This is a pain point, and it's nice to see that there's different solutions to it. Obviously, we talked about AGGrid. It's an amazing product. So cool to see what it can do. So yeah, that was released. David did the meetup in Montreal. Looks like he's sweating a bit there, but I'm glad to see this kind of branch out. And also a coworker, Nick from Netlify, was there. So yeah, really, really cool. He actually, if you're interested, he actually went and did the TweetDeck thing where he goes through the whole presentation. I don't believe this was recorded. It wasn't live, but you can get an idea of some Solid at a high glance from these slides. We already talked. I'm speaking from modern front end anyway. I'm gonna another cool demo. People starting to play with Solid Start. Paul, I've been talking to him a ton on Discord, and he was showing he was saying like this was so easy to do with progressive enhancement. He had a site with no JavaScript, works perfectly fine, and then with Solid Start, he's got like his animations and smoothness, but the experience was super easy to author apparently, and yeah, it's so awesome to hear success stories like this. Basically a little bit of JavaScript to make things a little nicer, but the authoring experience, the same incredible authoring experience. So I'm pretty excited to talk more about Solid Start as we continue more into the future. And similar thing here, right? This integration with Vessel. What is Vessel? I actually don't know. I'm hoping there's a link actually in these tweet things. But what stood out to me was he was talking about all the different frameworks that he integrated with it. This sounds almost like a agnostic web framework, essentially, because he's talking about using SSG, SSR, Edge, all these things. And he's made this work with Vue, Svelte, or Solid. That's not it. I don't think. Okay. It's fine. But one thing I can say is I've been working with multiple frames for 2 years, and the hype around Solid is not exaggerated. So I like this one. Basically, that was really high praise, and it's cool to see people try Solid, and like you keep on seeing this is the headline. It's like they go, and now when people go implement a new library, they now go, I'm not just building it for React, I'm building it for these 3 targets. This is like a common place now, and it's a common theme here. So I think we're going to see a lot more of this, which is really cool for obviously Solid being a new player and getting shortlisted in here. Vue, Svelte. Actually, he hasn't done Preact and React yet. Oh, that's interesting. He's Vue. It's funny. I could see this. The reactive libraries are probably more similar, but I think we're going to see, as I said, it's interesting being a library maintainer and being like pressed for that problem. How do I choose which frameworks to make my tools work for now? It looks like people are trying the best ways they can be to be somewhat agnostic. So we'll see how this develops, but this was just another really cool example of this. All right, so that's enough Solid stuff. Let's get back to what else has been going on. So this is kind of related. If you watched my stream last week, you probably saw this, but I decided to kind of go off on a little rant, a bit. It's not a big rant, but I've talked about this before in the past, and I've talked about it on stream a bunch, but this idea that adding reactivity makes things faster. Like everyone's like, oh, now my thing is reactive, it is faster. And that's not really how things work. Reactivity has added costs. We talked about it a bit with Niall when I was like looking at like sweating the creation costs and stuff. It has some memory overhead. So, and I've shown in the past that like stuff like Preact signals in that benchmark doubles the amount of memory used by Preact. And you saw it with MobX too in the benchmark. So what is reactivity good? Well, it's because of what you can not do when you have it present. It lets you replace like one change system for a different one. it doesn't make anything faster. It lets you, if you can, it only, it's good for ergonomics, but it only improves performance if you can use it in a way that you can do less work, which is why, it's a big deal for stuff like Svelte or Solid. And maybe from a performance angle, not necessarily a big deal for like React. Oh, Vessel used to be Vitebook. Well, that's exciting because that's like a gap for us, like stuff like Storybook and that. I'm assuming Vitebook is like that. Okay, I'm much more excited about that now. No, because okay, that's interesting. But I want to point this out because there's always this added cost when you make these decisions, and like something like Vue has really taken into consideration the cost of like adding reactivity to, like, they've changed their VDOM significantly to work with reactivity to make it work better. But the naive approach of just adding it doesn't speed things up. And I've talked about this before, and I really wanted to kind of highlight that because the challenge is like this signals thing has been like a narrative where it's like, I have signals, now I'm faster. It's like Preact signals don't really make Preacts that, like, it's not really, like, it makes it faster at updating that one style. Like, it doesn't actually have that kind of impact, so to speak. The height of this actually was, this was looking for Legend State in the benchmark because I saw this article, and Legend State has done a really impressive job of adding reactive state management to React. And I was reading it and I was like, okay, cool. Yeah, I get it. This is cool. And it's talking about how like changing React to do render once. And this is kind of like how MobX classically worked and like React Solid State. But they do it in a really smart way where they're not wrapping the components. In the old way, I think they're hooking into React's state internals to make it work, kind of similar to Jotai for the React implementation. But you can see that like this is reactivity, fine-grained. It should look familiar. They did choose to go with dot value, I think, which I probably already talked about on stream. There's concerns with that. Actually, I'll probably talk about it more today. I mean, this stuff comes up constantly, but essentially, this is really cool stuff. And then they showed this benchmark. He actually updated to my benefit because he showed the non-keyed version, and then he went straight to Jotai and he's like, "Look how much faster we are than all the React libraries." And I'm like, they're not doing the same thing. Like, non-keyed is in this benchmark is gonna kill keyed. So like it was basically like, here's my library and here's everyone else, and it wasn't fair. What is fair is they actually did the keyed one here, and you can see that it is the fastest. It is faster than Jotai. He's done an amazing job of the library. But this is you ignore like this first column essentially, and this is what you want to look at, and you can see that. Well, when I see this, I'm like, we need some work on the React implementation. It's not in here, but I know this one pops up ahead of React, which means our React implementation isn't as optimal as it can be. Basically, vanilla, you can't be faster than vanilla. So, still very, very, very impressive work. But that when I saw that was where part of that kind of rant came from, because I was just like the last. Yeah, after we talked about it, he decided to actually put in the chart. Let's see here. Yeah, there's a discussion, and he's like, "Would it be better if I replaced it with this chart?" I'm like, "Definitely," because look, he has nothing to prove. He's already the fastest React State library, but still, it's cool to see innovation on the reactivity. Driving performance forward. But I just wanted everyone to know that being reactive doesn't necessarily mean being fast. Solid and Svelte are fast because they remove other overhead. Marco and Quick are adding this because it helps them execute less code, which helps with hydration. But if the underlying system already does less work, reactivity doesn't let you do even less. And I think this is the takeaway. It was very obvious thing for me, and I've talked a lot about it on stream, but every time I look up stuff, some people are like, "Oh, something has signals, now it's faster now." And it's like, no, that's not how it works. You have to re-architect what's underneath to actually leverage it. Right. right? So Preact Signals does a very specific move that will improve React's performance in a couple benchmarks, but as I said, the net-wise, it's kind of a wash. But yes, I imagine Preact Signal implementation is similar if you ignore Preact's like extra special boost that they do. Yeah. Oh, Jotai Signal? Oh, fun. Signals everywhere. That's cool. Okay, moving on. This is a solid related one, but I honestly I cracked up on this one. This was a very funny tweet from our resident shit poster Oren. Yeah, this tweet got more likes than anything I posted all week. The funniest thing about this, and the only reason I want to point this out, he's making a parody of modern frameworks, going on about how, everything's too implicit and too magical. With Sloyd, I took it expression solid, but tried not to repeat the same mistakes and put extra emphasis on API that points maintainability. I think you'll like the result. And he's just joking about like how much here it is. But the funny thing was, when I was looking at this, is from a compiler analyze standpoint, this is like a dream. We wish we could write that users would write their code this way, because there's no closures. Like you could make this. It'd be much easier to make something like this resumable because all the dependencies are explicit. There's no closing over state. You could literally just unwind this from compiler analysis and know exactly what you had. So the fact that most people found this funny and they'd never author anything like this is probably a good temperature reading of where we're at. But yeah, and use Sniggle is just first class comedy here. But I think it's interesting because if you were willing to author your code like this, I think we could make a very optimal framework that would be less magical. Just throwing it out there. I think resumability, for example, would be very doable for a framework like this. I know that's not everyone's take. I mean, Oren's responses are first class. This thread is just hilarious, like meme-worthy stuff. But under it all, I was actually very impressed with the code sample here. If you remember, we had that chat, personal chat, talking about how we could do better with docs. It was a couple weeks ago, and I went way over time on stream. Almost missed my sushi dinner. After Salma had posted some criticisms about that, and she'd also posted a video about like, should you make a JavaScript framework? And apparently, the links that she had, should I make a JavaScript framework.lol, was an actual real site. I didn't pick up on that. I thought it was just for video. Should I write a JavaScript framework.lol? I don't know if it's, yeah, okay. I don't know if it's like, apparently that was a real website. But from our conversation, she apparently has changed her mind, which I didn't expect. I think this is one testimony of like where it's always beneficial to be nice to people and to listen to them and hear them out. And then, you can talk and you realize you have more in common than you realized. And she basically is on board with, she was making a categorization of all the different frameworks and what they did. And she realized because of convergence on capability that's been going on, like in a lot of sense, there's less choices in certain ranges than she expected. And she concluded there that there's still work to be done and that there are more frameworks to do. And she actually quotes me and kind of spilled the beans about my secret Discord where Quick, Astro, Solid, Marco, 11, and Angular share a friendly space to, have the authors all together talking about this stuff. Yeah, so I guess it's not a secret anymore. There's a reason that Quick and Astro and Solid and Marco and 11D have all been like super friendly with each other and doing all these quote tweets. We share conversations almost every other day, so to speak, about challenges we have as framework authors and, talking about ideas and stuff. And I'd love to spread this further actually in the future. But yeah, I think there's a lot of innovation happening right now, and there's a lot of note sharing, and I think that's really exciting. To see signals get picked up in different places, and we're definitely watching Astro and Quick in terms of these partial hydration, and Marco, obviously. Marco's been doing partial hydration since the dawn of time, really. So it's really cool to see this kind of cross-pollination of ideas. And I think we need it because it's not because React is bad. It's just that we need more options to be able to like move forward in the future, to be able to like make choices, to continue to innovate in different directions. We don't all have to go in React's direction. React direction can be great, but we need to see what else we can do. There's a lot more out there. Angular's in there? Yeah. I mean, we're going to talk about it a bit in a minute, but a few of the Angular devs, there's kind of like a new guard. Mishko might have moved on, but we've been having a lot of conversations. They're very interested in getting signals and reactivity into Angular. This is a perfect example. Maybe we'll bring this up now. Paul Kozlowski here is actually a core team member of Angular, and I've featured him a few times on stream when he's been acting in these reactive things. People don't know that because he's very kind of low key, but yeah, or Angular core team member here, and he was like, he asked a really great question. He goes, he goes with the dot value APIs, like what Vue has. How do you handle the fact that when you do this, it subscribes? Like, does everyone understand the problem here? Like, picture this code. It doesn't really matter the syntax. Like, this is not going to be solid. It's not going to work. But picture this code where in our framework of choice we have count, and it's a dot value one, not solid's version. And then you're like, let's create effect, and we do this. When you access this value, this effect is subscribing to the value. Then you add one to it and you reassign it, which then triggers it to run again because its value has changed that's subscribed to, which then it adds this is an infinite loop. Oh, someone found the link. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, should I write a new JavaScript framework.lol? Yeah, thank you for sharing that. But yeah, exactly. The problem that we've had with mutable stores apply to signals now. It's like everywhere. And like the Solids API guards against this to a certain degree. Like, yes, you could do something like set count count plus one, right? Like this is also an infinite loop, right? But generally speaking, you do this in this one, right? You use the function form, and if you use the function form, you don't actually do a read. And I know this is a subtlety thing, but it keeps on coming up with mutable state, because I actually bring this up here because like you could use the peak pattern, but then it wouldn't never trigger the first time. Do you understand the problem here? Because like if I guess, yeah, I mean this is intentional though that you don't want it to trigger. So peak is the actual solution, but I was like, this is also true of nested mutable state, like reactive in Vue or observable in MobX. Store.user.name equals Jack. Did you mean to subscribe to user? Because even if name is being assigned an assignment, which means it won't trigger, by going along this path, you actually subscribe to user. So, like, this is another reason. Again, Solid's set store API protects you from this. And it's like little details like that people are going to come across now that they're understanding reactivity to kind of understand like they're thinking hard on this side, because if you look at it, everyone but Solid has gone dot value. Preact, Legend State recently, Quick went dot value, although I know they're kind of struggling through it. And I don't know that's correct. I think they're going to use it and they're going to find out what's really up. But it's hard without the experience, right? I feel sometimes with Solid, I was fortunate enough to have been doing this for years before any of this stuff came up. So, it's been like, I guess it's been over a decade of experience with reactive libraries of this sort for me. So like I made decisions in a slightly different way. Sometimes that means I'm just biased and I'm locked in my old ways of thinking. But sometimes like these decisions are made for a reason. And without that kind of context, you can discover your stuff on your own. I felt that when I saw the Vue 3 composition APIs. And I'm feeling, this is really smart because the Quick guys are kind of doing this too, but the Angular guys are actually looking at this ahead of time and actually, like, he's asking the right questions. He's going, why? Like, what's the impact of these kind of decisions? Right. So it's interesting because, this is what I mean though. So this is important why we have Angular people. I'd love to kind of get, I think it's good that we talk and share ideas. I looked a bit at Starbeam. I haven't looked at Ember recently. I looked at Ember way back in the day. Yeah. Okay, so kind of going back to here. Still talking about these. We've been talking a lot about code aesthetics and stuff, and we talked a bit about this with Niall today. And I thought this was kind of an interesting thing. Fabio loves really getting to the details on stuff, but I love this graph because I don't know necessarily if I fully agree or write it this way, but I think it has a lot of truth in it, and I think that's enough to make this a discussion. And I'm going to give my best read of this graph if I can, and we can see if others agree or do it. But essentially, bad solid code is the crap of the crap. It will, like, bad reactive code in general has this problem, but especially without VDOM and stuff, you'll re-render your whole DOM. The problem is back in knockout days, like you were flipping a coin where you landed, and most of the time you were somewhere over here. Whereas React and any VDOM library, really, you can't get that bad. Like it's pretty bad, but it kind of tables off somewhere over here. You'll never be as bad solid code. But what was interesting here is, like, we could choose how these lines get drawn, because I do think it's more of like this. What he was noticing was that when you get over to nice idiomatic code, like, the performance is pretty good. You're up here in the quadrant. But if you want to get to that last bit of performance, you end up regressing into like a whole bunch of extra wrappers and like a bunch of tricks. And your code gets a lot more complicated, and you're kind of, maybe it's not nonsense code, but it's back over on this clunky kind of side thing where it's less clean to get those last bits of optimization. And to be fair, on almost anything, when you go to idiomatic and you regress back to optimized, you're going to go up in performance but slightly make it less nice. But he was trying to suggest that, like, in the case of Solid, the optimized point is, closer to the idiomatic code. It's like just like a couple little tweaks. Like, you just needed to move this thing here or dereference it here to get the most performance out of it. You can actually see this with JS Framework Benchmark, where Solid's implementation is like super optimal. It's not super optimal everywhere, but it's optimal in most places that matter. And it's like a slight backtrack from idiomatic, but it's not a huge backtrack. Whereas I think in the React example, we don't even bother going here. Like, I feel like we could get, React should be faster than any of the state libraries on top of React, but it isn't. It's because we kind of like stop somewhere here where we backtrack a bit for optimization, and we're just like, it's not worth going here. So I think this is an interesting observation, because when you write the idiomatic proper code for Solid, it tends to be very performant or very close to the most performant version of the code. Which, as I said, I think when Niall went and he migrated, he wrote, pretty simple code, and he got most of the performance really easily. The funny thing that I saw here, and I know this wasn't intentional, like, it's probably like the graph's probably more like go here and then go here, or go here and then go here, is he drew the line through as if optimized was on the way to idiomatic. And for me personally, and maybe for him too, writing code, this is what it feels like. Because I usually write the nonsense code, or not nonsense code, sorry. I usually write the optimized code. And then at a certain point, I just like give up and I'm like, this is good enough. And then I end up going to idiomatic, where I'm just like, it's not worth nitpicking the last couple pieces of performance. We're just going to make it like a little cleaner. So like this path of going from going too optimized to idiomatic fits what I do, but I imagine it doesn't actually fit everyone, but it's kind of interesting for me at least. And maybe this is a little more of a self-reflection from Fabio himself, or I'm reading way too much into this graph. But yeah, I usually write the nonsense code. I can relate to that part. But yeah, there's some interesting discussions, and he summarized himself. If you write terrible code in Solid, it'll be significantly worse than React because there's no VDOM safety net. Optimized code is still pretty clean and fairly close to idiomatic. Idiomatic code is way cleaner and a bit faster than optimized React. And he's saying terrible unoptimized code is not super slow thanks to VDOM for React. Optimized code is terrible, way uglier than idiomatic code, even Solid's optimized code. Idiomatic code gives you decent performance. And this is what I was talking about. Sammy here works at Mitosis. He says he found it really interesting how hard it was to go from React to Solid. He basically had to unlearn a bunch of things. He said when he went to Vue or in Svelte, he didn't have to. He could just like pretend like it was React. And he said they all aligned together except Solid. And the funniest thing is, this is what I feel like at times when I look at these integrations. And so I relate with this a lot. But it's funny because most people tell me this isn't the case. Like, oh no, I just copied the React code and it just worked like Niall did. But like me knowing how it works, I'm just like, man, Solid's like the one that's different than everyone else. This is why agnostic tools and why our approaches are so awkward. He says like, for each, when I try to accomplish something in Vue or Svelte, there's either the way it maps to React, so just do it directly, or no need for it anymore because the framework takes care of it, right? Svelte does its own styles, or you know, it has some kind of primitive that does it, and then you don't need to do it. Whereas Solid adds things you have to take into consideration to write good code. It's actually different. It actually removes things and adds things. And my biggest comment here was, what I was trying to say is like, once you fully understand Solid, then go look at React, Vue and Svelte again. Because Solid and React are the opposite ends of the spectrum, but the optimal Vue or Svelte looks more like Solid than React. Solid just made you make that mental leap up front. And that's a big ask, asking someone to learn something or change how they're thinking up front before they learn. But the truth of the matter is, reactivity can be more optimal of a change mechanism than re-rendering components. We know that. So Vue and Svelte have that ability, especially Vue, to do that optimal change. But if you're just doing something kind of like, oh, I'm just going to make it work like React, well, you can make Vue, because it's got a VDOM, you can just go like, whatever, and just like go, okay, fine, it works like React. Because you just take the reactivity, have it re-render the components, and you consider yourself done. But if you wanted to get the most optimal Vue or Svelte implementation, you'd actually have to basically get all the way to Solid. Right? Like, once you have the reactivity, you can do less updates. You might be just like doing like whatever, kind of like just make it work. But that's kind of different. Solid shortcuts you to that optimal code. It's maybe a violent shortcut. Maybe it's aggressive. But this is kind of the benefit of this graph. Once you're over here, you actually kind of know it. You're like, holy crap, why is this so bad? Like, if you're ever using Solid and you're like, this is freaking terrible, you know you're doing something wrong, right? In React, you're kind of cruising here. You're like, even over here, and you're like, my code is garbage, but I don't know it. Solid, like, you get past this line, and it's just like, oh my God, what happened? And for better or for worse. But once you're like once you're kind of like into this curve, like what's cool here is like this, whether the idiomatic code or doing some stuff that isn't terribly great, like once you get into this zone where you like actually kind of pass React, you're actually already in a pretty good place. So basically, if you ever do anything in Solid and it's worse than React, you're doing something wrong. I mean, that's it's a funny measure, but it's kind of, I think this is the way to look at this. And Steve actually commented from Builder, original creator of Mitosis. It's funny, Mitosis has its roots in a conversation between me and Steve, because he was looking at Solid and he was like, he's like, could we take Solid's JSX and make it work for every framework? And I was like, kind of, but I think there's some like gotchas. And he was like, yeah, whatever, I don't care about the gotchas, let's just do it. And so glad he does. I think there's a case a lot with agnostic tools. Sometimes you got to just take the leap and try and fill in the gaps, because your assumptions are going to be wrong. You're going to miss things. This is guaranteed. Like, everything does work a little bit differently, and you're going to have bad assumptions. But if you don't try, you won't know. And maybe initially that means hacking a bunch of stuff together, but then you'll get there. It's funny. I had the exact same conversation about Vite earlier today. I think I lost that tweet somewhere, but someone was like criticizing Vite, and I'm like, people like the APIs. They like what Vite's accomplished. It doesn't matter if internally there's a bunch of garbage going on. They'll, it's not even garbage, but like kind of like a bunch of like hacking ES build and roll up together. Like there's challenges we hit as framework authors working in there sometimes, where you're just like, why are the depths not resolving properly? That's been like my last 2 weeks in Solid Start, but it's really been a problem we've had since the beginning with Vite. But the truth of the matter is, we fix those problems. It's really enjoyable for the end user. It's really enjoyable for the people who use it. So it's like completely worth it. And they wouldn't have got there if they didn't kind of start by hacking everything together that they needed to, because when they started, they didn't know that Svelte was that different than Vue, or Solid was that different. And we just make do with it until we actually learn these things. So sometimes the value of the agnostic path is just like brute forcing and bumbling your way through until you eventually like find the common patterns, because it's not what you think. When you start with an agnostic solution, you think you've generalized it. You haven't. Like, there's always a solution that doesn't work. Often that's solid, but which is why I always have issues when people go, oh yeah, we support everything. You probably don't, but that's okay. If you're committed to supporting everything, you'll eventually get there. So yeah, someone, let's see here, Dev, let's see if I can grab that tweet over. Yes, this is the tweet. From my own setting, can someone explain what's so special about Vite? I have a tendency to simplify beyond what's justified, but it's not. It just roll up plus ES build, blah blah blah. He's talking about like bad idea to make dev and prod different. And I'm like, I'm gonna go off about how Vite is a little messy at times. Didn't Parcel beat Vite to the punch? Parcel didn't solve SSR. Yeah, sorry, I should reply to this, but Parcel did not solve SSR. SSR is a huge thing. Vite came out at the time that everyone was trying to build SSR meta frameworks. Parcel has never been good for SSR. It's really awkward too. Devin does great work, but even he was kind of like, why is everyone caring so much about SSR? Because like it wasn't, I think, on his radar as much. And admittedly, it's been the focus for like the last couple of years. So that's why Parcel missed out. Everybody wanted SSR. But what I'm saying is like the end user didn't really care about this kind of, mess underneath, because Vite gave them universal plugins, faster dev server, SSR, big one, where you could just like hit a switch. We needed this product. So even if, hacks on hacks becomes, it just becomes better over time. Like I tried Snowpack, which is great. Fred from Astro wrote it, but it felt, because it was more explicit, but because I had to like wire everything together myself, I was just like, this is too much. This is not what I came here for. I had to do 4 different configs to get server, client, and dev and prod. And Vite was just like hit the switch. Like there was like a little bit I had to do, but it just felt natural. And the thing is, now that people are sold on Vite, they'll just make the internals work better and smooth things out. I mean, that's the reality. He goes, I always forget people don't care about things and go the hype cycle. And I mean, that's true, but to a certain degree. But the thing is, Vite succeeded. I called it a triumph. I'm skeptical of universal solutions. They always have gaps in their primary assumptions. And so I'm tempted to never even try. But to successfully deliver something that so many different solutions could see working for them, it's something, right? Like this is like, we can't undersell how successful Vite has been. It's done as a agnostic universal solution, and it seems like we're in an interesting place because we're at a crossroads between where people are feeling that the complexity is too much, like they want simpler solutions, and where on the other hand they want general solutions, and general solutions tend to be less simple. Stuff like Vite that just works, these agnostic components. So it's very interesting to me to see these kind of contrast next to each other, right? So yeah, I think this is an interesting conversation. I'm trying to see where Steve said, any new approach has a mental curve, but Solid is deceptive in how it looks like React, but it's far different. In particular, in my opinion, vastly more clean, performant, and manageable at scale. React falls apart at scale. MobX can get you close-ish, but it's just not the same. So this is big praise. Obviously, Quick is adding signals, and I feel like every day Quick and Solid are getting more similar. So we'll see where that goes. But yeah, Remix uses ES build directly instead of Vite. They don't support HTML or Preact. Yeah, I mean, because they didn't build those tools off. But I mean, part of you kind of goes, couldn't I just build something better on ES build? Well, we had this conversation in Marco a lot. I don't want to dag on Dylan too much, but he was like, man, couldn't we just like make this crazy ES build thing and just like handle everything? But I think there's always just more use cases than you can assume. Right? Yes, Remix does use ES build, to my knowledge. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, interesting conversation that can come up from someone just creating a graph like this. I do really like this because it kind of does show Solid's drop off, and maybe this is its learning curve too. I don't know. It's interesting. I think if I'd want other frameworks in there if I want to talk about learning curve, because I feel Solid's advantage is once you get the key concepts, you basically have learned the whole framework, basically as well as I have. Like, there's nothing else to teach you. It is not a progressive framework. It's like you learn it and then you learn it. All right. Okay, I mean, I can't go this week without talking about this demo, but yeah, I think it's time to talk about that demo. Let's talk about the demo for a little bit. No, actually, I changed my mind. We're gonna look at a couple more things before we talk about that demo. First of all, we had Matthew Phillips on last week, which is awesome. We found a regression in Astro when we were on the stream, and I actually updated it, and yes, this was an Astro performance thing, not a core set thing. Interestingly enough, when I ran core set through the benchmark, it was better than a single page app performance, but it was actually closer to that than I expected. It wasn't like as fast as some of the partial performance thing. And by benchmark, I mean the really terrible Hacker News page that kills everyone, like brutally, which we'll talk about a bit more. But I think the more interesting thing was Matthew Phillips wrote this article about where web components went wrong. And I quite enjoyed this article. If you don't know Matthew Phillips, I mean, we talked about that on last stream. He's done a lot of projects all over the space on the web front end, and he's not like married at all to like the current like declarative things. And I believe he's the author of Haunted, which is a web component framework, and he works on Astro. But essentially, he as you mentioned with Corset, he believes that like we've hit the limits of the abstraction, right? Essentially, the components are just not good. But then he's talking about web components, and you're kind of going, huh. And I think this article is really interesting because he was saying that web components tried to copy JavaScript frameworks, and that was their mistake. Because JavaScript frameworks are going maybe not the right direction. Right? Web component community again chased frameworks down this rabbit hole, but this time they were not a natural fit, right? He's talking about SSR. Because he said like basically web components kind of chased after the component model, then they chased after SSR, and it's not what they're like good at. And he's like the whole trick here is progressive enhancement. But I think my favorite part of this article was this. He said, because it's a standard isn't a winning argument. And I have to say amen to this one. He said, I'm just going to like read directly what he said in this one, because it's so on. For a lot of fans of web components, their choice of using them comes down to the fact they are standard. I'm sympathetic to this myself. I have a vanilla.js web component that I wrote 5 years ago that still works unmodified in apps today. But this isn't winning any argument for the broader web community that never has been. You have to tell a story that's better in some significant ways, and you can't really do that by chasing what's already popular. Yeah. Like, seriously, when you're like, it's the platform, it's just like, people just tune that. It's like when I talk about performance. If someone says it's the platform, it's just like, la la la, I'm not listening to you because you're not saying anything like everything's a platform. Like, it's we really need to get away from that argument, because it sounds like a superiority thing. Like, it sounds like, oh, we're doing better things because it's a platform. It's like that. It's like, for those who aren't on that boat, you might as well be saying nothing. So like, yeah, and then like the hang the whole argument on it, it's just like, okay, so the web component person said a whole lot of nothing. I mean, this is, I'm so glad for him calling this out. And yeah, he's saying we need to move to a post-component architecture. It's funny how much our thoughts are aligning here, because it's funny. I don't think necessarily from an authoring standpoint. I think people like what they like, but essentially, components as the single converging point of everything we do is problematic. That's why there's so much work going into stuff like Solid, Quick, Marco to break apart the components. But on the other hand, I don't know if we can deny how much people like authoring in them. So we have to think about this carefully. This obviously points to Corset or whatnot, and different approaches that don't use components. But he's not wrong. I just don't know. I think the DX story around components is still good. So we have to consider like how that falls in the balance. Right? So over time, the standards do get better, and maybe there's some hope there, especially on your use cases. But there's always going to be some library that does something more specific, more powerful for you, and you're going to have to make those trade-off choices yourself. So just, I really liked this conversation, right? Theo got in on here. He posted Rich's article. Some of the points in Rich's article don't hold up anymore. I actually linked my article here, maybe Web Components Not the Future. If you want a chance, you can read this one, look it up. I actually think every argument I have in here still holds. It's actually aged really well, because I didn't criticize web components for what they did or didn't do. I criticized them for what they fundamentally are. And I think they're not changing what they fundamentally are. So these criticisms still hold. But I think it's interesting because web components do have purpose, and parts of the platform they expose to us are really useful. But like, yeah, this has been there's been a lot of conversations back and forth. Alex Russell called everyone the JS industrial complex yet again this week. So yeah, the fire is still going hot. Yeah. Sorry, let me go here. Yeah, let's drop in Rich's article. Rich's article is dated because web components have been adding features. But I mean, half of the article is still true. But he focused on things that web components don't do today, but could easily do tomorrow, even if they don't do them. Like, even if they don't do them today, like, they could do them tomorrow. I'll drop in my article as well. Yeah, I'll do both. I think it's interesting how these conversations keep coming up. Well, the reason is it's the same motivator. The reason we were talking about mitosis, making components, and Niall's approach to AGGrid and TanStack, we're kind of like going, okay, how do we just... There's this general desire to not be locked into React. It's as simple as that. So that's why these conversations are happening, like reading between the lines. But yeah, I mean, I think we have to recognize that React is on a path, right? And not everyone's going to be on that path, but it's still a powerful path. Dan Abramoff had to clarify like multiple times in this thread about this, because Christian writes, Kenzie Dodd is one that it is calls talked about how React will always adapt. Excited to see work being done on Preact signals and legend state. Dan, care to share your thoughts? So they're talking about signals, obviously. And that's probably how I found this, because I was just like looking up signal stuff. They didn't mention Solid, but it's fine. It's a long path. You started reactivity, you'll get back to Solid at some point. But they talked about legend state and Preact, which we both talked about today. And Dan basically was like, we're not doing this, we're writing a compiler. It's great to see people experimenting with model. One thing that's concerning lately is the trend to patch internals, because like Preact signals actually patches React's internals. I don't think libraries that do this communicate very clearly to the consumer that this will affect them down the line. It's essentially soft forking. But as I said, the other day I actually said this was like Preact's Trojan horse, because in a sense they know perhaps the framework authors know exactly what they're doing, right? Like if you use Preact signals in React, they've ruined you. Not only are you now using reactivity, which is awesome, but you're actually like hooking into React's renderer. Who knows, in the future React changes something, like maybe something like this is subtle enough that Preact signals can change and adapt. But essentially, you're changing the framework. And I like that Dan called this out, because it kind of works both ways. Like it's people who want it to use it for compat, this is awkward, but for other people, like this is how Preact can kind of like get in there, right? It's about communicating it. You're right. They should communicate it. I agree. Right? Because this is kind of being maybe a little bit sneaky. They're kind of, but the truth of the matter is state libraries have kind of been doing this to React forever. But in terms of like using React as a puppet, but where React's going has made this harder. Like you use an external state, and like I'm on a MobX thread that I get pinged like every week as they're trying to like figure out how to make MobX work with all the concurrent features. But I think he's right. They've gone to a point where you actually have to replace the H function, like the create node function, to make like these small performance things that probably don't even matter that much. But I share Dan's concern here. So people do need to be aware of this. But it is. I like that he's calling it out. He got a discussion with Ryan also from the Preact core team, because he's like, we're solving hooks. Like hooks are a problem to solve, and Dan's like, what problem are you solving with hooks? He's like you're just saying you don't like one solution versus another solution. Like I find some of these discussions kind of interesting, because I tend to actually agree with Dan on most of the stuff, even if we don't actually agree fundamentally on like the right way to go. He has a very logical approach to this, because people are too quick to kind of like slam on React and React hooks. React hooks are good at doing what React hooks do. Like they make a lot of sense. So it's weird when people are asking him to correct the framework, and he's like, well, there's nothing wrong with the framework. Like we're doing exactly what we want to do. Why do you guys keep on telling me to use signals? We could have used signals like 5 years ago. Signals aren't new, you know. We've known about this for a long time. This is, as I've said before, this is why React is not, and Solid are carving out their own independent space. It's interesting when you have stuff like Preact kind of like, and some of these libraries kind of getting in the middle there, or like morphing React to their vision or whatever, kind of getting in there. But like React, clear vision this way. Solid, clear vision this way. I think it's a good thing. So I think right now there's just a lot of heat around signals. So, you know, this kind of ties in. But yeah, it's not even that it's entrenched. They like what they're doing. They believe in it. They had these choices. It's not like sometimes I talk about the React core team not being exactly aware of what's going on the ecosystem, but they are very aware of of like the core technologies and approaches. Like they understand what like they might have not taken it as far, so they don't know like some of the potential where these things go. But they get high level. They could have been like, oh yeah, we can add MobX to React core. That was always a choice. They like that the answer to that question doesn't change now that some people have seen Solid and they're changing. Like React's not going to change, right? So yeah. I don't even need to talk about this, but I just got to thank Dan for the hundreds of followers I got from him posting this, because a bunch of people posted me, and then I posted Dylan from Marco because he's amazing, and yeah, it's cool to see people think good stuff of you. Like I got linked by Adi Osmani, who I obviously look up to, Chrome team, amazing work, and to get shortlisted on that was really awesome. Obviously, anyone who listed me, I would have listed back in a heartbeat, for sure, like Theo, and whatnot. But yeah, this has been this was fun because Zach at one point pointed out there was a popularity contest. But what's great about these kind of things is that you get to I got to choose whoever I wanted to promote. So I promoted Dylan, and he also got I think 100 followers or something. So I think I think this kind of goodwill stuff is good, and I thank Dan for triggering it. Yeah, I do agree. React Compat becomes less important when they're going down their own path. I think it's interesting though, because they're weaving a very thin line. But I mean, Preact is popular and it has a lot of things. Like a bunch of people, I saw some posts and people were like, oh yeah, Preact signals plus Astro Islands or plus Fresh. This is an amazing combination. And I was like laughing to myself. I'm like, now you get why we've been talking about Solid Astro for the last year. Like why it's such a good combination, like the peanut butter and jelly, so to speak. Those technologies make so much sense to go together. But when Preact drops there's just much bigger sway, right? Even when others have been doing it for much, much longer. So I think it all comes in time when people get recognition of what's going on. Fresh needs Preact more than Preact needs Fresh. Yeah, Astro is really compelling solution. Fresh did inspire some elements of Solid Start, which I'll talk about when I get to that demo in a few minutes. Preact and Fresh were the perfect intersection, where Dino wanted to show off how they could be lightweight and do no build and do that, and Preact, because all the tools are built for React essentially. It's funny when they say no build, but there's a JSX transpiler made specifically for React. There's TypeScript that works, and all these compiler that can do precisely React's transform. That essentially Preact got to kind of walk in being a lightweight alternative, which is nice to fit into this kind of islands thing. So they get to kind of show off the edge and how you can use MPAs and load JavaScript and all this stuff with, at the same time, do no build. Preact's actually the only solution that would work for Fresh the way it is. My understanding is that the Dino guys were talking to Quick a lot and seeing potential, but because they just made their own framework because they could just very easily do it and kind of push out that message. But I hope this does, as I mentioned before, this doesn't lead Dino along a path where they're kind of a one-trick pony. We'll see where it goes, because I don't think no build is the future, so at all. So I think we'll need to see how this progresses. Talking about memes, Alex, I don't know if you created this, but it was kind of funny. It's about partial hydration. New shop on mobile being slow. We need the partial hydrate. Be right back. Squirt some water on it. I don't know. Thought it was a cute little joke. I think partial hydration is an interesting topic, and I think hydration in general isn't understood. I think that's been a challenge for Quick's marketing, and I think Astro just dodged it. They're like, screw this, we just make content sites. I think talking about performance and talking about hydration is a really hard way to sell things. But it's going to become even trickier when more options do different levels of partial hydration, because we won't be able to differentiate. Everyone will be like, oh, so like what Quick does. And Quick will be like, no, we do way crazier, better stuff. And people will be like, yeah, like Quick does. Like, I think that conversation is going to get really muddled really quickly here. So yeah, I think that's going to be definitely something that we have to consider. And I mean, talking about muddling the conversation, I might be partially responsible for muddling that conversation, right? Like, I made a demo for Solid. Well, I didn't make it. Nikhil made it using Ryan Turnquist's work on a client server router hybrid, and he put it together and we showed it off in stream. But it had some stuff, like it was serializing stuff, and I finally put together like the proper one, like the one that actually benchmarks well and actually works. And this basically uses a pre-release of Solid 1.6. Yeah, someone's saying, well, yeah, I don't, the 200 KB isn't a thing. 50 kilobytes gzipped, like you showed, is actually really hard to do with React, because React is already 45 kilobytes gzip before you even start. So my experience has been that for Mobile Lighthouse, anything that's like even remotely, like, if you use React, you have a hard time getting 100. You can get like 98 on mobile, so it's probably good enough. But yes, the problem right now is it's so easy to get 100 on a simple site. Like, when someone shows me a site they built with Solid and it's not 100, I'm not like, and they get like 98 and they're like proud of it. I'm not like, oh, sweet. I'm like, oh, I wonder what went wrong. Like, why is that site not 100? It's like very rare for me to see a Solid site that's not 100. It's almost like a baseline. It's not like a goal. It's like, if you're not 100, what are you doing? And I think, obviously, when your site gets bigger, there's a concern, but like a simple site when you're, like when you're like just navigating around and doing stuff, like, you know, like a content site, like a Hacker News or like whatever, kind of like basic site, maybe even like a simple storefront, you shouldn't have any problems getting 100. Phoenix. Well, there you go. So you have a specific solution. Right. Okay. So, I mean, that's deflating your argument, though, right? Because like what Michiko's saying is, if you would go for Phoenix Live View, you'd go for Quick, right? You know what I mean? Like why not? So, yeah, I like if you were looking for Phoenix Live View, then I think Quick would be on the market, right? Like, because you're like, okay, I do actually care about this. I want to scale on the server, right? But the thing is, getting 100 with these solutions that do scale on the server, like, but the funny thing is, even if it's not React, like, just pick Solid, Svelte. It's not hard to make a 50 KB site that gets 100 or whatever. It's basically only React and maybe Angular that has a hard time to get that 100 score for like a trivial app. And I don't mean a static app. I mean an app that like loads dynamic data. Like, you know, like, but I still consider that a trivial app. I think only every other framework gets 100 almost effortlessly. And I think, yeah, I don't know if this statement is true, but we'll get into that. But essentially, I was like, okay, what if I could take a Hacker News demo, you show partial hydration and advanced stuff like recursive partial hydration, didn't do the data serialization, and then gave a client-side routing experience. So, you know, you'd have a hard time telling the difference of this between any of my SPA versions of the Hacker News demo, right? We can collapse comments, we can navigate around. It's basically the same thing. Switch to the next page, whatever. Like, this looks like it, but suddenly, instead of 15 kilobytes of JavaScript, we have, let's switch to JS. On initial page load 4.9. But to understand, this could be 0 KB. We just never optimized this. This is basically just the JavaScript we need for the router, and it's just the JavaScript we need for the router. Yeah, what is this? This is Vite adds this thing for injecting style sheets. Yeah, this looks like the router. What's this? And this is probably solid. So we could shake this because we don't actually need this JavaScript. So yeah, okay. But what happens is, this is server rendered page. When we go click here, we swap out part of the page, not the whole page. You see, if you look at this head here, and actually let's get the header open here. When I move, the header nav is not going to re-render. It's only the partial that's going to re-render, right? And when we send in this HTML that we send over the wire, if you look here, this request, if I look at fetch, you can actually see serialized HTML as the format. We actually only, if you're paying attention when we switched the page, and I'll go back to JS, you see there's another 700 bytes here for toggle JS. So let's go back here. I'm going to refresh the page over here without toggle JS. I'm going to go click on one of these, and now I have toggle JS. Because basically what happened is, when we navigated, we loaded the JavaScript needed to just hydrate the particular island. So we actually server rendered the page, partial of the page, and then only load enough JavaScript to do the partial hydration of the island and nothing else. So this is islands after the fact with client-side routing. Right? Which is why I wanted to point this out, because Quick isn't doing this yet, but they could. This is the way they'd want to go. They don't actually want true client-side routing, because then they'd have to load all the JavaScript for the render the whole next page. They could, but they don't want to do that. And server routing for MPAs is fine, but what they actually want is this, right? I'm not even at the persistent islands. Persistent islands is the next step. This is simply like server rendered partial nested routing. Eventually, we have to look at how to persist the islands. But this is essentially every navigation does partials, and then we can basically only load the JavaScript we need to do the partial hydration. And because we're doing true partial hydration right now, what you're going to see, what isn't here, is all the serialized data for the JavaScript for here. We don't need the JavaScript for this the serialized data, because this is a server component. This toggle is a client component, and we pass it through. And with Solid 1.6, I figured out basically how to not over serialize the data. So now we don't get that big, like next data blob or solid start. Like if you want to see, like, what's a typical one? Solid, Hacker News, Edge, Netlify, It's like, it's a problem when I'm on like the cheap plan or whatever, it like doesn't wake up right away. Wait, what did I? Solid, Hacker News, Edge, Netlify. Like, okay, well, I don't know what was up with that. It didn't load. But if you look here, a typical single page app, this experience is very similar to what we were just looking at. It feels almost identical, except when we render the page, we have to serialize all the stories. And especially on this page where there's recursive hydration and all this stuff, we have to serialize all of this data. Now, Solid has actually improved its performance now with the serializer. We stole the new future serializer from Marco, which actually, historically when I did these tests, Solid was about the same speed as Remix and SvelteKit. Now Solid is noticeably faster, even with the single page app mode. However, it does not compare to not having to serialize all this data again. And we can do this because of partial hydration. Right. React server components are a little bit different. If we take this and then add those persistent islands, then we have React server components. So Astro's doing research into persistent islands, and it makes sense because they're kind of more site oriented. Nested routing, which Remix kind of popularized, but really has been around since Ember, and we've been doing it for years as well, is a very app-like concept, and it helps us save re-renders. And that's all we're doing. We're just leveraging, instead of doing like turbo links full of things, we're using nested routing. And we already write our apps with nested routing, but you don't write an Astro app with nested routing. You author it as a page. So what's really cool for us is this fit in. Like, you watch my vcomp thing. It's not so much about the mechanics, but I'll show this off. I literally take the same client-rendered Hacker News demo and just go, turn it into this mode. And I just have to go, like, one import, say that it's an island, and then suddenly we have this working without rewriting any of the code. The router, everything. It's the same nested router, same code, same route data. Everything works identical without changing any of your code. And you go from a pure client-rendered page to a client-routed server hybrid. With partial hydration. It's because of the patterns. Whereas Astro, you author as pages, and since you author as distinct pages, they're going to be working on something more like Turbo. But between us, if we solve persistent islands, when we mix it with this, you basically have React server components, and albeit perhaps a much smaller version, because what's this, 5.7 kilobytes? That's all this is ever going to load, because there's only that one interactive chunk, and there you go. Where obviously this is solid start, so it's pretty good. It's like 13.8 kilobytes. So solid start's pretty small on this page. When we go here, we get an extra one, so then it's 14.9 kilobytes. And then if we go to the user page, is another one, so 15.6. That's all the stuff for the whole page. So it's not like Solid is any kind of slouch, but it's just a completely different world when you can like shave off that JavaScript for partial hydration. But as I said, we have to be careful on the balance, right? Because I've shown this before. Like, you could have the craziest compiler possible, like Marco, and in the Marco case, they can literally load 1.6 kilobyte JavaScript and do this. So we can get better, we can get smaller. But I finally finished the Quick City Hacker News example, right? And except there's a service worker bug that we've talked about and I'm going to get fixed. So that's why the prefetching is not working. So let's pretend that the prefetching is working. As it turns out, the quick version of this demo is actually the same size as the single page app version of Solid's demo. It's 15.6 kilobytes. Coincidence. But Quick's approach didn't actually save us JavaScript on this. So there is still consideration on size and performance and efficiency. Like, architecture is good, but we have to figure out where the scale falls, right? And this isn't a client-side router. This is still MPA, like streaming, but it is an MPA. You can see the spinner go as we switch between the pages. Their loading indicator was broken on their MPA version. Otherwise, we would have seen that placeholder when we stream. Like, if you go in Solid's version and you reload the page, you see that loading? It would be doing that if they had a bug. But generally, I just want to kind of... What are exactly persistent islands? Does it mean that static components around the islands are partially hydrated and the islands stay in place? No, it means that the islands are partially hydrated, and then we can blow out the rest of the code. So essentially, you could re-render everything on the server, and then the stuff you want to persist, the islands. Like, let's say you do an update and you want to reload the same page, essentially. With what I'm doing with this router right now, all we do is we inner HTML, so we lose all the state. We lose it in sections by the nesting. So like, we keep the header, so we'd have no problem putting like a video player or an audio player on the page because of, that's always present. But if you say had some nested state somewhere down here that you wanted to keep, you would lose that if you just inner HTML'd it. The idea, what Astro's been working on, is this ability so that when you replace it, you can actually keep the islands. So if we recognize that the same island's on the next page, we actually like swap it right in, and we don't actually create the new island. We just keep the old island. So even though you're doing like MPA, or even though you're like swapping it in, you don't you know, the content, you can preserve it. Now, what's interesting about React's version though is that because they're not inner HTMLing it, they can actually preserve the DOM state of the stuff outside of the islands theoretically, which is interesting. But the option or the answer there might just be something that we haven't really gotten to yet, which might be that the granularity of the swap outs just maybe should be smaller. Kind of like take this nested routing idea, but make it smaller. Sounds a bit like HTMX. Yes, HTMX has a lot of similarities. The biggest thing with HTMX, and the only reason you'll hear me complain about it, it's not even complain, but kind of mention something, is HTMX swaps out pieces, and it does the fine grain swap outs that I'm talking about. I think HTMX has the technology behind it, but not the authoring experience, because the problem is we still want islands. We don't want everything to swap out like this. That's kind of what maybe this is my misunderstanding with things like live view and stuff. We still want JavaScript in the client where things are interactive to be first class. We don't want to be like sitting there and like having to always trust the server to preserve our state. Like that would be not good, which is why I mean, I want to understand live view, but this is probably my same criticism there is just because you have this ability doesn't mean everything should follow that. So it's good to have client side. It's good to have client side updatable interactive logic is what I'm getting at. So you don't necessarily have to go to the server for everything. You can do that. And to be fair, with HTMX, you don't have to go to the server for everything. You can also write JavaScript, but you're back to the two app problem where you have the swappable stuff being written in HTMX, and then you have like JavaScript layer for the stuff that's interactive in the client. Ideally, you could just write your stuff in one sort of way, and then some stuff swaps out in the client, and some stuff updates in the client, some stuff swaps out on the server, and you can kind of mix and match to what makes sense. Because I think we mostly want the server for the big stuff, like page navigation, like that, like the routing. This is a very easy and obvious use case why it's really nice to be able to use. Where did I already close it? Like you could tell the difference here. I mean, this isn't too bad, but you can tell the MPA is here a little bit, and this is getting better all the time. Versus, there's something nice about being able to this basically be an MPA, but actually have this kind of smoothness. Now, what I'm kind of getting at is like there's both sides of it, and we're trying to like basically leverage both sides instead of just being like HTMX has a very like we're anti-JavaScript feel to it, and I think like if you do that, you're missing part of the story, right? Some comments. Yeah, I mean, there's trade-offs with this, and we'll probably get a chance to look at live view in the future. There's a live view JS that's came up on my Twitter feed, and it's kind of new. If I find some time, I'll talk to the author and see if we can have him in and talk about it, because I want to understand the mentality, because I feel my understanding of it might be lacking. I'm saying stuff based on my understanding, and from my understanding, there's a reason why I've been kind of like, yeah, it's cool, but is it that different than what we were doing with backends like 10 years ago? Like update panels and stuff. And I don't see these things being the same as server components. So I'm still trying to, because the thing with server components, and this kind of came up on the stream previously with what Seb said, is they're kind of like these islands. Like people, there's a reason why when you see this demo, you're going to be like, oh, Solid has server components. It kind of feels like this, because the thing with server components is you got this interactivity. Let's go somewhere where there's interactivity. You have this interactivity, and you're like, oh, here's the client component. Okay, we got this interactivity, and you're doing this kind of stuff, and then you just happen to be able to navigate that. Like server components handle the outside, the MPA part of it, the part you don't really care about. You're interacting with the interactive stuff, which is the islands and the actual React app, and the server components are just like the whatever stuff. So like, it's very different how you author apps because it feels like an MPA, but it doesn't. It's not the difference of like my back end and my front end are connected by WebSockets. It's still a very like page model mentality behind server components. Live View and Livewire are completely different to HTMX and whatever we were doing 15 years ago. Okay, yeah, yeah. I mean, and that's where I need to fill in the gap here because, as I said, like I know Live View and Livewire are different to HTMX because HTMX is basically like the simple swap like we're talking about here, but I think that React server components are also kind of none of these. I guess the best way to put it. Right. Anti-JavaScript is based the whole vacuum. Yeah, I know, and it's an interesting dilemma because I get partially where it's coming from, and if Live View and some of these technologies are doing what is intended, or like doing something like that I'm missing, then I think that there's an argument there. The problem is from where I'm sitting today, because WASM not being where it needs to be and all this other stuff, JavaScript full stack is like the best way to optimize something if you want to manage a single app. If you're fine managing different apps, like and being like, yes, I have my back end app, and this is different than the back end like database and all that, but I literally have a back end web app and a front end web app. If that's where you want to go, then there are options and optimal options that are super performant. But if you want to be like, I'm writing a app, JavaScript's stranglehold on the browser kind of has you trapped, and even from a performance standpoint, unfortunately. So it's like it's really awkward from that sense. Like I don't think things should be this way, but it kind of is. But yeah, I don't have any of the code to show you guys today. I'll be showing that in the VComp video a little bit to show how the authoring experience is. But essentially, I thought this was a cool demo because as people asking, why doesn't Astro have this yet? I don't think people have. I wanted to kind of show off what's possible with this kind of technology. Like this is where we're going. Like server components aren't necessarily the only solution here. And I was kind of mentioning I was really happy that VConf is actually before NextConf because I'm waiting to see what they show at NextConf. But I think some of the stuff that's going to be showcased at VConf might be pretty impressive in its own right. So yeah. Anyway, do play with the demo if you want to get an idea. I have showed this on stream before, but we're finally at a point where like the performance is actually in a pretty good place. I think someone asked me how it did on the torture test, and I'm not going to run it right now because I have no luck anymore because they cache stuff, they change stuff, and I've been having problems with the API. But I reran everything the other day, and Solid Astro still got a 94, so props there, Fred. But that quick demo was in the 80s, and that's quick. I mean, it's fine. Quick doesn't run any code, but that's quick also not loading any code. So, Marco got 76, and then I went and ran Remix, Felkit, Next, and they were all about 38. And then Solid, even with async rendering, was about 38. But then I ran the streaming renderer, and I got with the improved serialization, and I got 48. So, essentially, Lighthouse has gone like. It has cracked down a little bit. It looks like some metrics are a little bit harsher scored now. But in general, this approach is pretty performant, even with this. Basically, my hydrogen demo isn't working properly still. There's some kind of issue. So this is the only demo to get above 50 with client-side routing that I've done so far. So I'm pretty happy with this directionally. I think we can improve on the hydration stuff still, and I want to explore more. But this is interesting because you got to start asking yourself, at what complexity does Quick's approach trump, say, Astro's approach or this approach? And I think it definitely does. But I think we have to see where the trade-offs are to understand how far we should take it, because there are real trade-offs, that come with that architecturally. So like, is there a balance here to be found? And when we find it, will it be a logical one? So yeah, I think that's pretty interesting. You mean solid islands without the client routing? I haven't tested it. I imagine it will be similar. Like the client routing adds like 1 kilobyte of code. Oh, that runs. You're right. It's possible that we could get a couple more points out of the pure island thing. You're right. I don't know if we'd get up to Astro, but you're right. That's actually a really good question. We actually initialized the client router, so maybe we are taking a small hit. I think most of the hit, though, was actually some server rendering stuff in Solid Start that we're still working through, but yeah. No, what I'm talking about with persistent islands is the other way around. It's like you've designated that there's a certain part of the page that you're going to swap out, and you know what all the interactive islands are on the page. So you just, when you get the new HTML, you keep those islands and put them in place where they are in the new rendered page. So you actually replace the stuff around the islands. The islands that persist, the islands are kept, but you replace everything or outside of the islands. That's what the persistent islands thing is. It's not like pinpoint replacing stuff from the server. It's the other way around, being able to keep client state in a section that you're swapping out. I actually like the swapping out being tied to the router. It's a logical place for it. But I think the key to it is if we have like these nested route sections, being able to keep the islands if we ever need to do a refresh on that, like update some data. We should be able to re-render the stuff outside of the islands and swap it in while keeping the interactive stuff. The interesting part is, here's the thing. I mean, not to go too deep on this, but how much DOM state, and maybe this is my fundamental flaw of my thinking here, but how much DOM state are we keeping in the non-interactive parts? Like, and maybe that's a differentiation. Maybe with React Server Component Model, you can do interactivity to a certain degree outside of the client components. I don't think that's true though, because there's no state. So yeah, because what I'm getting at is like, okay, if I do the swap approach that I'm talking about, inputs will lose focus for like, or whatever, stuff will lose focus when they're the outside of the islands. But I wonder, like, what are you doing when you have no state outside of the islands? Like, I think persisting the islands might be just enough. And as long as you can essentially reduce the size of the pieces that you're swapping, the performance should be good enough. I think that the key insight here is that for most forward navigation, inner HTML is faster. It's going to be faster than diffing. It's going to be that. You literally just set the DOM nodes. So like or streaming it or whatever, like whatever mechanism we get working there to do the replacement, replacing straight HTML is going to be faster and going to be lighter weight than doing React Server Components. It's just going to be, it's the fastest way to go from A to B. You stream in the new HTML and you hydrate the pieces that need to hydrate. The tricky part is when you're on the same page. But if we have an ability to persist the islands, then like the only thing we're losing is the diffing outside. And now diffing outside might be more performant if it can go, oh, you only change the one text node here. But it's also the less common case, and people are used to waiting on it. So I'm gonna have to see, but my suspicion is that RSCs might not be needed, actually, from like on a complexity standpoint, and we could achieve very similar things. So yeah, this is a hypothesis, right? I mean, service workers caching responses can always help, but that's like an extra layer. I'm thinking mostly about mechanics here at this point. Yes. So it might not even be the hardest problem, but it is an interesting problem because you somehow have to not only you have to encode. You have to kind of like know that you're refreshing the same page, and that somehow the islands have how should I put it, like a stable ID. So like putting a different component in the same slot isn't going to generate the same ID. I don't know. I'm interested to see what Astro does because they're working on that part of the problem. I've been working on the other part of the problem. If we can kind of share notes, I think we could be looking at a different sort of approach here. And as I said, it's like looking at the hints of it. Like, what's that going to add? Another kilobyte of code? Like, this is a very lightweight approach to get kind of best of all worlds. So I'm pretty excited about this. I mean, Astra was looking at doing diffing, right? Using like a morph DOM type thing or micromorph. I'm just not sure that diffing is the right solution at that point. We'll have to test it and see. But I do wonder. Oh yeah, the Astra Spa example. Let me see if I can get that. All right. Yeah. Is there a live demo of it? If not. Yeah, okay, so this is using, yeah, okay, here we go. Yeah, so this is a turbo-like thing, right? Okay, so it has containers to do swap. This is basically like the mechanism that we use on the routing. Although I don't know if it nests. Yeah, I don't think. Does this have this doesn't have persistent islands yet though? It looks like this looks like a way of doing partial turbo links like swapping. So yeah, to answer the question, it looks like they've done something somewhat similar, but like kind of specific. Like whereas in the solid example, you actually literally author the code the same way you author all your solid start code. It just works. But yeah, okay, it's good to see that there is work happening in this zone. It's at the very bottom. Did I close it too fast? They deprecated it. Yeah, and these are the kind of problems that we haven't actually solved yet in any, like, to a certain degree with any kind of client routing. React team's been working on this. Backcache is something that they're very considerate about. Talking to Dan a few months back. But the other problem with the backcache, like, it's funny, in spas, you sometimes don't want the backcache. Michael Rawlings from Marco was telling me the example where they'd actually implemented something pretty good, like the backcache, but then they realized like they actually didn't want it. So it's interesting. Oh, link to the demo at the very bottom. Okay, my bad. Let's see if I can still get that. I like how they fake the browser's bar. But yeah, this looks... I mean, I could probably confirm this. I don't know why they're doing such a big, like, I guess they want to show it off, but doing such a big refresh... Oh, what? Oh, that's weird. They're actually replacing, like, the whole document. Like, if I open up the head, they're actually doing... Okay, interesting. Because it's not triggering the browser, but it is actually, like, it's not preserving state. Okay, that's interesting. Unless this is doing something... Okay. Okay, let's try this something. Oh, okay. What happens when I go here? Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, interesting. Huh. But yeah, it's basically replacing or like modifying all the HTML. And I don't think it's preserving state, but that is interesting. Someone's interested in Dan Abramoff's status. We're almost done here for this week, but I'll anything Dan says I'll put in. How do I make it render a client React panel component, but have its content be the result of the server render, which is also self, and have those components be part of one React context work? Yeah. So that's what I implemented in Solid here. Like, it might not be obvious here, but this in here is a server rendered component, and this wrapper of the collapse is a client rendered component. But if you notice, client state component, this client component here that's stateful wraps this whole recursive tree, and then we pass in the children, which are server rendered, which happen to have more client components in it, which have more client components. See how it's recursive? So essentially, we're using the fact that we're passing it through, and yet because I can show this. I can show this with this, but the fact that we're using display none to hide it, like, okay, see this? Okay, I'm gonna use display none to hide it. See, we're not actually getting rid of it. There are techniques you can do in Astro supports where you can like get rid of it, but what I'm getting at is we don't have to hide. This is always server rendered, so we don't have to get the data. That's why I was talking about the serialization changes. We don't need the data to actually save it. So like, yeah, essentially, like, I added some stuff. We don't have it in this demo yet for Solid 1.6 where we can pass context through the same way we pass context through web components. Web components are actually a similar problem where you can have nested web components. You're like, how do you pass context through? Because they need to mount on the DOM to actually do stuff. And so there's like this weird async timing and context is broken. But I actually solved this with Solid, and I have basically the same solution here. We're going to use the web component context pass through because if you look here, Solid Island is basically a web component. It's not a custom element, but we have what we need here. Interesting client. Yeah, client idle, true. But essentially, yeah, we have what we need here to essentially serialize or at least store a reference to the context as it goes, and then when the child wakes up, to actually read from the parent context by doing a lookup from the DOM, essentially. So we have the ability to recursively put server content in client content with more client content in it, and have it basically pass context through to be part of the same tree. And the truth of the matter is, I think every single Islands framework except Fresh, which hasn't, where this didn't work, has that potential to do this as well. Marco does it, and it's funny, I got a double a go here, and Quick and everyone. So I don't think this is anything unique to React Server Components, and that's what the discussion I actually had with Dan, where essentially if we follow this down, we're actually telling Dan that, hey, this actually works. This is not something unique to server components. So, yeah, hopefully that answers that question. Yeah, there's a lot of experimentation going on right now in this area. So, I think that's when Dan made his spicy tweet a few weeks back, if you all remember. Or it's not even a few weeks back. I feel like it was only a week ago, actually. It's just been so long. And like, this is why I am so stoked about what's happening over the next period of time, right? I'm looking forward to the next 12 months because I agree that unreleased things have earned the claim to be thought of as haven't earned the claim to be thought of the future, but neither have clear evolutionary dead ends. And I don't see evolutionary dead ends right now. I see a lot of really cool things. So I think the future here is very bright, not just for React. I think React has a bright future. I've talked about this before. But I think there's a lot of really cool stuff right now. And it's not clear where, like, people are already placing their bets. You know, I've seen that, like, server component contingent. There's probably people who think the stuff that we're doing with Solid is pretty cool. I've been seeing articles now talking about how Quick has killed Next.js. You know, like really hyperbolic stuff. I mean, that's good. People are seeing different stuff. But I don't count React out. Like, Next is going to be leading the forefront on the server component stuff. It's really cool stuff. Quick has a really cool architecture, but they're still, you know, working on how to make it efficient or optimal, right? They're looking at stuff like fine-grained reactivity for that reason. No coincidence that they're, you know, looking at Solid to figure out how to be more optimal. So like these are things that are progressing and I think are really exciting. And I you know, join me week to week as we look through this as stuff progresses, because this could be a lot of fun. Do check out my VComp talk next week. And I think it'll shed even some more light on this stuff. As I said, I'm looking forward to the future, and I hope all you are as well. Okay, I'm going to consider that the end of This Week in JavaScript. I don't know if there's anything else for me. I did something weird in my browser window where I ended up zooming in to the chat on my StreamYard, and now I'm scared to open or refresh the page because I'll lose connection for a second. But yeah. VConf is on Tuesday, I think. So a lot of really great speakers. It's going to be really, really exciting. I mean, watch the commit history. I've kind of forced my hand. I'm working on the docs right now. They're not great. But me and Nikhil are doing what we can, because I basically set VConf as the beta release, and my video basically tells everyone to go install Solid Start. So I'm kind of pressured into trying to do something for the docs this weekend. I already started, and we're doing stuff, but essentially, come Tuesday, it's going to be like, go install Solid Start. So yeah, we're there. Like. There's a couple small API things I'm squiggling with, but it's nothing important. Some router stuff, like Solid Start, like this is in production, this is beta. We're allowed to break and change things, and there's going to be bugs, but we need to be able to support the team, and we just need to get docs out, and then people can help us with the docs. But if you go in the repo, Solid Start, not the baby food. If you go to the repo, like, we have a docs folder, which is actually a project at the root of the project, and we're actually looking at this. Like 2 hours ago, there's been there's been, progress. Like, who's this? Nikhil's in there. Yeah. The docs are rough, but I mean, let's look at our commit history. Yeah, this is all we've been doing some docs work is what I'm getting at. So this is coming together. Could definitely use some help. Obviously, typos, all the kind of annoying stuff that I'm gonna miss. But yeah, I think this is really exciting. I was actually shocked. I didn't realize while I was sleeping on this, Solid Start already has 1.3 or 1,300 stars on GitHub, which is kind of funny because we haven't like released anything yet. But I think there's huge potential here, and we just need to get out there so more of you can all help us. So. Yeah, I think there's stuff. There's bugs and there's stuff that's going to happen, but I mean we're at the starting line now. Yes, quite possibly. Anyway, thank you all for joining me today. It was a wonderful stream. Let's see, is there anyone I know streaming on right now? No, nothing's going on. I think everyone's at TwitchCon this week. So thanks for joining me. Let's see, I'm going to need to refresh the page in order to sign out.